Have you ever wished you could wake up stronger, calmer, and more in control of your life, without having to do anything? What if I told you that while you sleep, your mind could be training itself to become wiser, more resilient, and completely unshakable? You see, most people don't realize that the thoughts they go to bed with shape their entire life. If you fall asleep with stress, anxiety, or regret, your brain absorbs it like a sponge. But if you fill your mind with wisdom before bed, if you allow the greatest minds in history to whisper powerful Stoic lessons into your subconscious, then you wake up transformed. Because here's the truth: your mind never truly sleeps. While your body rests, your subconscious is awake, processing everything you've seen, heard, and felt throughout the day. And this is where Stoicism comes in. This ancient philosophy isn't just about thinking differently. It's about rewiring your entire approach to life, so that no matter what happens, you stay calm, strong, and focused. Think about it. What if, instead of lying in bed overthinking, you could let go of every worry and drift off with a clear mind? What if, while you sleep, your brain was absorbing lessons from Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca? The same lessons that shaped warriors, emperors, and philosophers who remained unshaken in the face of chaos. This is more than just listening. It's mental training. It's rewiring your thinking. It's a nightly reset that clears out self-doubt, replaces fear with confidence, and strengthens your ability to handle anything life throws your way. By the time you wake up, you won't just feel rested, you'll feel prepared. Prepared to take on the day with clarity, to face challenges without breaking, and to navigate life with the wisdom of the Stoics running through your veins. So, if you're tired of waking up to the same mental battles every morning, if you want to stop overthinking, stop reacting emotionally, and start living with purpose, if you're ready to make a real change without spending extra effort, then let these 4 hours of Stoicism work on you while you sleep. By the time you open your eyes tomorrow, your mind will already be stronger. Let's begin. As the night falls and the world slows down, something shifts within the mind. The distractions that kept thoughts at bay throughout the day fade away, leaving behind a storm of unfinished emotions, lingering worries, and silent regrets. The noise of the world may have quieted, but the noise inside the head only grows louder. It replays past conversations, reopens old wounds, and anticipates future struggles that haven't even happened yet. And so, instead of resting, the mind wrestles with itself, trapped in a cycle of overthinking. Most people don't realize how much baggage they bring to bed with them. The unresolved tensions from a stressful meeting, the irritation from a careless comment, the small failures of the day, all of it lingers beneath the surface, tightening its grip as the body lies still. Sleep becomes a battlefield where the mind fights against itself, unable to find true rest. No matter how many hours are spent in bed, waking up still feels exhausting because the weight of yesterday was never released. The body may be at rest, but the mind never gets the chance to let go. This is where the power of mental detox comes in. The Stoics understood that clarity is not something that happens by accident. It is something that must be created. A mind left unchecked will naturally drift toward chaos. It will dwell on frustrations, cling to regrets, and invent problems that don't even exist yet. But when trained properly, the mind can be freed from this trap. It can learn to filter through thoughts, discard what is useless, and hold on to only what is necessary. This is not about suppressing emotions or pretending that problems don't exist. It is about mastering the ability to release what no longer serves a purpose. The Stoic approach to clearing the mind is not a passive one. It does not rely on distractions, avoidance, or wishful thinking. It is an active practice, one that requires discipline and awareness. Before sleep, there's a crucial window of time where the mind is still absorbing information, where thoughts are still shaping the subconscious. If this moment is used wisely, the mind can be trained to let go of unnecessary burdens, making space for true rest. If ignored, the same thoughts that caused stress during the day will continue to dominate the night. Many people believe that exhaustion comes from physical activity or lack of sleep, but the real culprit is often mental clutter. A mind overloaded with worries and unfinished thoughts does not have the energy to function clearly. It drags itself from one day to the next, never fully resetting. The more the mind carries, the heavier it becomes, and the harder it is to wake up feeling fresh and strong. There is no true rest when the subconscious is filled with unresolved tension. Sleep may come, but it does not restore. The Stoics had a habit of reflecting on the day before bed, not as a way to obsess over mistakes, but to bring awareness to their actions and let go of anything that no longer needed to be held onto. They questioned themselves, examined their reactions, and released what they could not change. This practice was not just for philosophical growth, it was a tool for mental freedom. Without it, thoughts would accumulate like clutter in a house, making it impossible to move freely. When the mind is not trained to release, it clings to everything. A passing remark from a stranger turns into a deep insecurity. A minor inconvenience spirals into frustration. A simple task undone becomes an unbearable source of guilt. The mind, without discipline, amplifies suffering. It repeats painful memories, predicts worst-case scenarios, and fills the quiet of the night with restless thinking. It does not know how to stop because it has never been taught that it doesn't have to hold on to everything. There is a power in deciding that the day is over. It is the difference between being a prisoner to every passing thought and being the master of one's own mind. It is a conscious choice to say, "I will not take this with me into the night." It is an acknowledgement that not everything needs to be solved immediately, that not every problem deserves space in the mind before sleep. This is not avoidance, it is strategy. The mind must be protected, and part of that protection is learning to let go when the day is done. Stress is not caused by events. It is caused by resistance to those events. A conversation that went badly is not what keeps someone up at night. It is the refusal to accept that it happened. A mistake made earlier in the day is not what causes sleeplessness. It is the mind's insistence on replaying it over and over again, as if that could change the past. The mind does not suffer because of what happens. It suffers because it holds on when it should release. A trained mind knows when to put things down. It knows that there is a time to analyze and a time to rest. It understands that not all thoughts deserve attention and that not all emotions require immediate resolution. The Stoics practiced this discipline daily, filtering through what mattered and discarding what did not. They did not carry yesterday's failures into today, and they did not allow today's struggles to steal the peace of the night. To detox the mind before sleep is to cleanse it of everything unnecessary. It is to take stock of the day, acknowledge what needs improvement, and then release it completely. It is to decide, before the body rests, that the mind will also rest. This is not done by force, but by awareness. When a thought arises, it is not fought or suppressed. It is simply observed and let go. Releasing the burdens of the day is an act of self-discipline. It is the refusal to let thoughts take control. It is the understanding that overthinking does not solve problems. It only prolongs them. The Stoics knew that the secret to mental peace was not in controlling everything, but in knowing what to let go of. They trained their minds to be strong, not by carrying more, but by carrying less. When the mind learns to release, sleep becomes deeper, thoughts become clearer, and the next day begins with strength rather than exhaustion. There is no longer a backlog of unfinished emotions waiting to be processed. There is no longer a mental weight dragging into the next morning. There is only clarity, lightness, and the ability to face life with a mind that is fresh and unburdened. Mental detox is not a luxury, it is a necessity. Without it, the mind becomes a storage unit of unresolved stress, accumulating more each day until it becomes impossible to function without fatigue. The Stoics understood that a peaceful mind is not given. It is created through practice, through the discipline of letting go. Every night before sleep, there is an opportunity to reset, to refuse to be weighed down by what no longer matters, to decide that thoughts do not own the mind, and that emotions do not dictate reality, to train the brain to be light, clear, and strong. And when this practice becomes a habit, something incredible happens. Sleep is no longer just rest. It is renewal. The mind, once trapped in its own cycle of worry, becomes free, and the person who wakes up is no longer carrying yesterday's burdens, but is stepping into a new day with absolute clarity and strength. The mind is clear, free from the weight of the day, no longer trapped in a cycle of overthinking and unnecessary burdens. But clarity is not enough. A mind that is unburdened is only half prepared for growth. A mind that doesn't reflect, that does not sharpen itself through honest self-examination, remains stagnant. It is one thing to release the weight of the past, and another to learn from it so that the same mistakes do not return in different forms. This is why the Stoics did not simply clear their minds before bed. They refined them. They sat with their own thoughts, turned them over, examined them under the harsh light of truth, and measured their own actions with brutal honesty. They didn't do this to punish themselves, but to make sure that each day was a step forward, not a repetition of the same old habits. Reflection was not an indulgence, it was a necessity, a discipline as essential as breathing. Marcus Aurelius, the most powerful man of his time, did not go to sleep without questioning his own thoughts and actions. He did not assume that wisdom would come to him naturally. He pursued it actively, holding himself accountable for the way he lived. Seneca, a man who counseled emperors, believed that a day without reflection was a day wasted. He would review his conduct each evening, searching for weaknesses in his own character, refining his virtues like a blade being sharpened for battle. They understood something that most people ignore. A person who does not examine their own actions is at the mercy of impulse, blind to their own flaws, repeating the same mistakes, blaming fate for what is actually the result of undisciplined living. Without self-examination, problems are not solved. They are simply postponed until they resurface in another form. The same conflicts, the same frustrations, the same emotional struggles will appear over and over again until they are confronted. Reflection is not about dwelling on the past. It is about understanding it. It is not about punishing oneself for mistakes, but about making sure those mistakes serve a purpose. The Stoics did not believe in regret as a form of self-inflicted suffering. They believed in learning. They did not carry shame for their failures. They extracted wisdom from them. They did not see reflection as a time for self-judgment, but as an opportunity for self-mastery. Most people live their lives reacting to circumstances, never stopping to ask themselves if their reactions align with who they want to be. Days pass in repetition, falling into anger, succumbing to distractions, letting small frustrations dictate their moods, without ever pausing to evaluate whether these patterns serve them. Without self-reflection, growth is impossible. The person they were yesterday is the same person they will be tomorrow, bound by habits that they never take the time to correct. The Stoics did not allow themselves to be ruled by unexamined behavior. They believed that mastery over life begins with mastery over the self, and mastery over the self begins with observation. Before sleep, they would sit in silence, not to escape their thoughts, but to confront them. They would ask themselves, where did I show weakness? Where did I waste time? Where did I fail to act with wisdom? But also, where did I succeed? Where did I make progress? What lessons did today offer me? A mind that is not examined becomes its own worst enemy. It creates illusions, convincing itself that emotions are facts, that every inconvenience is an injustice, that failures are permanent, that happiness depends on external circumstances. But a mind that is trained to question itself sees through these illusions. It recognizes when pride is distorting reality, when fear is holding it back, when excuses are replacing effort. It does not fall into the same emotional traps because it has learned how to see them coming. The discipline of self-interrogation is not comfortable. It requires an honesty that most people avoid. It demands that a person face their own weaknesses without defense, without justification, but this discomfort is what creates strength. The ability to see oneself clearly is the foundation of real power. A person who does not lie to themselves cannot be manipulated by others. A person who holds themselves accountable does not fear the judgment of the world. A person who consistently improves has no reason to envy, because they are too focused on their own progress to compare themselves to others. Most people look outside themselves for solutions. They blame their circumstances, their past, other people, bad luck. The Stoics turned inward. They did not ask whether life was fair. They asked whether they had responded well. They did not ask why obstacles appeared. They asked how they could use them for growth. Every night they sat with their failures, not as a way to dwell on them, but as a way to make sure they would not repeat them. The mind resists this kind of honesty. It prefers comfort. It prefers to believe that mistakes were unavoidable, that emotions were justified, that the problem was never in one's own control. But a person who wants to grow can't afford this kind of thinking. Strength is built in discomfort. Progress is made in truth. And a mind that does not examine itself remains weak, reactive, and vulnerable to the same mistakes. There is a reason why Marcus Aurelius, even as emperor, took the time to reflect each night. He knew that power was not found in ruling others, but in ruling himself. He understood that if he did not actively train his mind, he would fall into the same patterns of indulgence and arrogance that had corrupted so many before him. He was not immune to human weakness, but he refused to let it go unchecked. Every night he put himself on trial, questioning whether he had lived up to his own principles. Seneca, too, practiced this rigorously. He would replay his entire day, looking for moments where he could have acted with more patience, more wisdom, more discipline. He did not do this out of self-hatred, but out of self-respect. He knew that the highest form of respect a person can have for themselves is the commitment to become better than they were yesterday. He understood that reflection is not a chore. It is the price of self-mastery. Most people are uncomfortable sitting alone with their own thoughts. They distract themselves with entertainment, with conversations, with noise, anything to avoid silence. But silence is where clarity is found. Reflection is where wisdom is built, and self-interrogation is where character is forged. A person who is unwilling to face themselves honestly will never break free from the patterns that hold them back. The Stoics knew that there was no greater responsibility than the responsibility to one's own character. They understood that life does not improve by chance. It improves by effort, by discipline, by the conscious decision to refine one's own thoughts and actions. Without self-examination, time is wasted. Mistakes become habits, weaknesses become permanent, and life becomes a cycle of repeating the same frustrations without ever understanding why. Self-interrogation is not about dwelling on failure. It is about ensuring that failure is not repeated. It is not about punishing oneself for past mistakes. It is about extracting the lessons needed to prevent future ones. It is not about self-judgment, but about self-mastery. Those who take the time to reflect each night wake up stronger, clearer, more in control of their own minds. They do not stumble through life, making the same errors, wondering why things never change. They change because they make change a habit. They grow because they force themselves to see where growth is needed. They sharpen their discipline because they refuse to let themselves be ruled by impulse. And so, every night before sleep, they close their eyes, not to escape, but to see more clearly, not to avoid their thoughts, but to master them, not to be burdened by the past, but to ensure that tomorrow is built on stronger foundations. This is the discipline of reflection. This is the path to mastery. And this is why those who practice it do not simply live, they grow. Self-reflection sharpens the mind, revealing patterns of behavior and thought that would otherwise remain invisible. It is a process of self-examination, but without emotional decompression, even the most disciplined reflection can turn into an exhausting mental loop. Awareness without release becomes a burden rather than a tool. To see oneself clearly is essential, but to remain attached to everything observed is to carry unnecessary weight. Self-mastery is not just about recognizing weaknesses and mistakes. It is about knowing how to let them go at the right time. The mind has a tendency to hold on to things long after they have served their purpose. A careless comment from someone hours earlier lingers in the back of the mind. A mistake made at work continues to replay, even when there is nothing left to do about it. Unfinished conversations, unresolved emotions, and worries about the future stack up like heavy stones, making rest feel impossible. The inability to detach from the day's events transforms what should be a period of renewal into a continuation of stress. Detachment is not about ignoring emotions or pretending they do not exist. It is about understanding that thoughts and feelings do not need to dictate every moment. A mind that cannot let go becomes restless, creating an ongoing cycle of tension that carries into the night and influences the next day. The ability to step back, to observe without being consumed, is what separates those who are in control of their emotions from those who are controlled by them. Most people do not realize how much their emotional state before sleep affects their subconscious. The final moments of wakefulness set the stage for the mind's activity throughout the night. If tension, regret, or worry are the last things processed, the brain continues working through them in ways that affect sleep quality, energy levels, and even mood upon waking. A mind that is still in conflict does not rest deeply. Emotional decompression is an intentional practice, a deliberate effort to create distance between the self and the emotions that try to dominate it. The Stoics understood that clinging to emotions only prolongs suffering. They knew that stress is often self-created, not by external events, but by an unwillingness to release them. They practiced a method of detachment that allowed them to experience emotions without being enslaved by them. Training the mind to detach begins with understanding that emotions are temporary. Even the strongest feelings eventually pass if they are not continuously fed. The mind clings to emotions because it mistakenly believes that holding on to them gives it control. But in reality, attachment does not provide control, it removes it. Letting go is not an act of weakness, but an assertion of dominance over the mind. Emotional attachment is fueled by the belief that every feeling demands attention. It is easy to mistake a passing frustration for something significant. A single moment of embarrassment or disappointment can feel overwhelming, not because of the event itself, but because the mind replays it endlessly, adding unnecessary weight. The ability to step back and see emotions as fleeting rather than permanent changes everything. The Stoics did not suppress emotions. They observed them, recognized their transient nature, and refused to let them dictate their state of mind. The habit of detachment does not mean becoming indifferent or emotionless. It means responding to emotions with discipline rather than impulse. It means knowing when to engage and when to step back. The mind does not need to solve every problem before sleep. Some things are better left unresolved until a calmer state of mind can approach them with wisdom. The Stoics understood that delaying emotional reactions often leads to better decisions and greater peace. Most of what keeps people awake at night is not the reality of their circumstances, but the way they have interpreted them. Worry thrives in exaggeration. The mind takes an issue and magnifies it, creating problems that do not exist outside of thought. A restless night spent in emotional distress does not make problems smaller. It makes them seem larger. Distancing oneself from emotions before sleep prevents this unnecessary cycle of suffering. There is a difference between acknowledging an emotion and being consumed by it. Recognizing frustration, sadness, or anxiety does not require surrendering to them. The ability to say, "This feeling exists, but I do not need to hold on to it," is one of the most powerful mental habits to develop. The more often this is practiced, the easier it becomes to move through emotions without being trapped by them. Letting go before sleep is a form of mental training. Just as the body needs to relax physically, the mind must learn to release tension. A calm state is not something that happens automatically. It is something that must be cultivated. The mind resists stillness at first, especially if it has spent years conditioned to overanalyze and hold on to emotions. But with repetition, the ability to detach becomes second nature. The mind often confuses holding on with taking action. Worry feels productive because it creates the illusion of solving a problem, but in reality, most worries that surface before sleep cannot be addressed in that moment. They can only disrupt rest, draining energy that will be needed to actually handle challenges when the time comes. The Stoics knew that worrying about something that cannot be changed in the present moment is a form of self-inflicted suffering. Training detachment requires setting limits on how much attention emotions receive. There is a time to reflect, a time to process, and a time to let go. Reflection without release leads to mental exhaustion. Letting go without reflection leads to avoidance. The balance is found in knowing when enough thought has been given to a situation and when it is time to set it aside. Creating distance from emotions before sleep also strengthens self-discipline. The ability to regulate one's own mental state is a skill that extends into every part of life. A person who can choose when to engage with emotions and when to detach from them is far less likely to be overwhelmed by external events. This level of control brings stability, preventing emotional turbulence from dictating actions and reactions. Detachment before sleep also changes the way emotions are experienced throughout the day. When the mind is trained to release, it does not store unnecessary emotional residue. Frustrations do not accumulate. The nervous system is not kept in a prolonged state of stress. The body and mind remain more balanced, reducing overall anxiety and tension. Letting go does not mean ignoring reality. It means accepting reality without resistance. The mind naturally clings to what it wants to change, believing that struggle will force a different outcome. But most situations do not require more struggle. They require a clearer perspective. When emotions are released, clarity takes their place. Emotional decompression is not just about sleep. It is about overall mental strength. The more a person learns to detach before bed, the easier it becomes to detach during the day. The same ability to let go of frustration at night applies to letting go of irritation in conversations, impatience in difficult moments, and anxiety about the future. It is a skill that strengthens every aspect of life. Training the mind to release is an act of discipline. It is a refusal to be controlled by thoughts that do not serve a purpose. It is a commitment to keeping the mind clear and light, free from unnecessary burdens. The Stoics mastered this art, not because they did not feel emotions, but because they understood that emotions should be observed, not obeyed. Each night is an opportunity to practice this discipline. The decision to detach does not happen all at once. It happens through small, consistent choices. Choosing not to replay a conversation, choosing not to indulge in worry, choosing to step back rather than overanalyze. These small acts of detachment create a stronger, calmer mind over time. A person who masters the ability to let go before sleep does not just rest better, they live better. They move through life with clarity instead of confusion, focus instead of distraction, and peace instead of unnecessary struggle. The training happens each night in the quiet moments before sleep, when the mind is given a choice, to carry everything into tomorrow or to release it and wake up stronger. Letting go before sleep clears the mind, removing the weight of unnecessary emotions and unresolved worries. But detachment alone is not enough. The mind is not meant to be left empty. It is meant to be trained. What fills the subconscious in the moments before sleep has a powerful influence on the thoughts, reactions, and mindset carried into the next day. A mind that is left unchecked will absorb whatever emotions and thoughts are strongest, whether they are helpful or not. But a mind that is deliberately shaped through repetition and intention will carry resilience, clarity, and strength into both sleep and waking life. The Stoics understood that training the mind was not something to be done only in moments of crisis. Strength is not built in the middle of a battle. It is built in preparation for it. The subconscious mind is always learning, always absorbing. Every thought repeated before sleep, every emotion held on to, every belief reinforced in those quiet moments sinks into the deeper layers of consciousness, shaping the way the world is perceived and responded to. The power of Stoic mantras lies in this simple truth. Thoughts that are intentionally repeated become the foundation of a person's mental framework. Most people do not realize that their subconscious is being trained all the time. The thoughts that linger before sleep, whether they are anxious concerns, self-doubt, or unresolved frustrations, become more deeply embedded. The mind does not rest in neutrality. It takes what is given to it and reinforces it. If negative patterns are present, they become stronger. If thoughts of discipline, resilience, and wisdom are repeated, they begin to replace doubt and weakness. The mind is a field that grows whatever is planted in it, whether intentionally or carelessly. The use of mantras is not about blind positivity or superficial affirmations. It is not about convincing oneself of something false. It is about reinforcing what is already true, but often forgotten. Strength exists within the mind, but it must be cultivated. Clarity is possible, but it must be maintained. The ability to remain unshaken is within reach, but it requires practice. Stoic mantras serve as a way to direct the subconscious toward thoughts that build resilience rather than weaken it. The effectiveness of repeated thoughts is backed by both ancient wisdom and modern psychology. The brain is constantly forming neural pathways based on repeated patterns of thinking. The more a thought is repeated, the stronger its influence becomes. This is why unexamined fears and worries grow over time. They are reinforced through repetition. But the same mechanism that makes negative thinking powerful can be used to reinforce strength. By intentionally choosing what thoughts are repeated before sleep, the mind is reshaped over time to respond with clarity instead of confusion, confidence instead of insecurity, and focus instead of distraction. The Stoics did not rely on motivation or fleeting inspiration to cultivate resilience. They built habits of thought that ensured they would act with strength, regardless of their emotional state. They trained their minds to return to core principles under any circumstance. They repeated truths to themselves, not because they were unsure of them, but because repetition deepened understanding. The same way a warrior sharpens a blade, they sharpened their thinking, knowing that a dull mind is as dangerous as a dull weapon. Before sleep, the mind is in a receptive state. The barriers of conscious resistance are lower, and the subconscious is more open to absorbing what is presented to it. This is why the thoughts entertained in the last moments before rest are the ones that have the greatest impact. The Stoics understood this and used it to their advantage. They reinforced discipline when they were not in need of it, so that when difficulty arose, discipline was already ingrained. They reminded themselves of the temporary nature of all things, so that when loss came, they were not caught off guard. They repeated principles of logic and virtue, so that when emotion threatened to take over, reason was already in place. The modern mind is often left exposed to random influences. The last thoughts before sleep are often dictated by external stimuli, news, social media, entertainment, or unresolved conversations. These unfiltered inputs shape the subconscious in ways that are rarely beneficial. Without discipline, the mind absorbs whatever is presented to it, whether or not it aligns with what is actually important. The Stoics knew that an unguarded mind is a vulnerable mind, and they did not allow their thoughts to be shaped by chance. They took control of what they fed their subconscious, ensuring that their thoughts were aligned with strength, clarity, and wisdom. Training the subconscious before sleep does not require complexity. It does not require lengthy rituals or elaborate exercises. It requires consistency. A single phrase repeated with conviction can be more powerful than hours of scattered, undirected thinking. The purpose of Stoic mantras is not to introduce new ideas, but to reinforce what is already known. A person already understands that they should not be ruled by emotions, but they must remind themselves daily until it becomes second nature. They already know that worry changes nothing, but unless this truth is embedded deeply, worry will return with force. They already know that external events are beyond control, but without reinforcement, attachment to outcomes will persist. The mind is shaped by what it encounters most frequently. This is why the Stoics surrounded themselves with wisdom, reading and rereading the same philosophical texts, discussing principles of logic and virtue, and reflecting on core truths every day. They did not assume that understanding something once was enough. They knew that the mind, if left unattended, would drift back to weakness. Strength was not assumed, it was reinforced. Every night was an opportunity to carve deeper grooves of resilience, ensuring that when difficulty came, they were not relying on temporary willpower, but on a deeply conditioned way of thinking. Mantras are not about ignoring reality, but about aligning perception with what is real. They do not promise that hardship will not come, but they prepare the mind to meet hardship without fear. They do not deny the existence of pain, but remind the mind that pain is temporary and does not define a person's strength. They do not eliminate struggle, but they create a mindset that turns struggle into growth. Repetition is the key to making these thoughts automatic. The same way muscle memory is built through repeated movement, mental habits are built through repeated thought. The Stoics did not wait for moments of crisis to remember their principles. They ingrained them into their subconscious so that when difficulties arose, they did not need to search for wisdom. It was already present. The power of training the subconscious is that it works even when not consciously focused on it. A person who repeats certain thoughts before sleep does not need to consciously force themselves to act in alignment with those thoughts the next day. The alignment happens naturally because the mind has been conditioned to respond that way. A person who consistently reinforces the idea that external events do not dictate inner peace will find themselves less affected by external circumstances without having to force the reaction. A person who repeatedly reminds themselves that struggle is an opportunity for growth will begin to see challenges differently without needing to convince themselves in the moment. Strength is not something that is summoned in times of need. It is something that is built in times of calm. The reason most people struggle to remain disciplined, resilient and focused is because they have not trained their subconscious to think in alignment with these principles. They attempt to rely on conscious willpower, but willpower is unreliable. It fluctuates with emotions, with energy levels, with external pressures. The subconscious, however, is always present. If it has been trained properly, it will uphold resilience even when the conscious mind is exhausted. The key to rewiring thinking patterns is consistency. The mind responds to what it is given regularly. If it is given stress and over-analysis, that is what it will reinforce. If it is given discipline and clarity, that is what it will strengthen. The Stoics knew that the battle for mental strength is won in the small moments, the thoughts repeated before sleep, the words spoken to oneself, the quiet reminders that guide decisions. By taking control of these moments, by choosing what the subconscious absorbs, the mind is transformed over time. Weakness is replaced with resilience, doubt with certainty, fear with acceptance. Every night is an opportunity to shape the thoughts that will determine not just the next day, but the entire course of life. This is the power of intentional repetition. This is the discipline of mental conditioning. This is the path to true resilience. The subconscious mind absorbs what it is given, the thoughts repeated before sleep, the emotions left unresolved, the lessons reinforced. These are the materials the mind uses to shape itself. But this process is not limited to the night. The way a person wakes up is just as important as the way they go to sleep. A strong mind is not built by accident. It is built through discipline, reinforced not only before rest, but also in the first moments of waking. The Stoics understood this well. They did not allow the mind to drift aimlessly from one state to another. They took control of how they entered the night and how they returned to the day. They knew that a person who wakes up with clarity and purpose has already won half the battle before stepping out of bed. Most people begin their day in a state of reaction. The mind is immediately drawn to external concerns, the weight of unfinished tasks, and the emotions carried over from the previous day. The first few minutes of wakefulness set the tone for everything that follows. If the mind begins in disorder, that disorder extends into every decision, every interaction, and every challenge. If the mind begins in strength, that strength becomes the foundation for how the day is lived. The discipline of waking up with intention is not just about creating a routine. It is about training the mind to enter the day with command rather than being pulled by circumstance. The way the Stoics approached the transition from sleep to wakefulness was deliberate. They understood that the first moments of the day determine the direction of thoughts, emotions, and actions. A person who wakes up in confusion will struggle to find focus. A person who wakes up in complaint will see problems before possibilities. A person who wakes up without direction will drift aimlessly through the day, easily swayed by external forces. But a person who wakes up with clarity, reminding themselves of their values and reinforcing their purpose, becomes unshakable. Waking up stronger does not start in the morning. It starts the night before. The mind cannot be expected to wake up in a state of strength if it was left in disorder the previous evening. A disciplined night prepares for a disciplined morning. The Stoics did not leave this to chance. They ensured that their last thoughts before sleep were aligned with wisdom, resilience, and clarity, so that their first thoughts upon waking would naturally follow the same path. Strength is not something that appears out of nowhere. It is a result of what is consistently cultivated. There is a common misconception that the way a person wakes up is purely a result of sleep quality. While rest is essential, the mental framework carried into the night is just as crucial. A restless mind cannot wake up calm. A mind filled with unresolved tension cannot wake up light. The state of wakefulness is a reflection of the thoughts that were absorbed the night before. If the last moments before sleep were filled with stress, the mind continues that pattern upon waking. If they were filled with discipline and clarity, the mind steps into the new day with those same qualities intact. The Stoics were not concerned with motivation. They did not rely on feelings of inspiration to carry them through the day. They relied on preparation. They knew that willpower is unreliable if it is not conditioned. A person who wakes up hoping to feel strong will often be disappointed. A person who wakes up having trained their mind for strength the night before will not need to rely on fleeting emotions. This is the difference between those who move through life with purpose and those who are tossed around by their own changing moods. The process of fortifying willpower overnight is subtle but powerful. It is not about forcing the mind into a rigid state of control. It is about making small, deliberate choices that reinforce strength over weakness. The thoughts entertained before bed must be aligned with the principles that should guide the next day. The emotions released before sleep must be let go so they do not interfere with clarity in the morning. The lessons reflected upon must not be left as mere thoughts, but transformed into intentions for how to act moving forward. A disciplined mind does not wake up in resistance. It does not hesitate. It does not seek excuses, and it does not indulge in self-pity. It wakes up already prepared, already committed to the path it has chosen. Most people struggle in the morning not because they lack energy, but because they lack direction. They enter the day without a clear reason for why they should act with discipline. The Stoics ensured that this reason was always present. They did not allow their minds to start the day without purpose. This training is not difficult, but it requires consistency. The more often the mind is directed toward discipline before sleep, the more automatic it becomes upon waking. The more often willpower is reinforced in moments of quiet, the less effort it takes to act with strength when challenges arise. The Stoics did not wait for obstacles to appear before preparing for them. They conditioned themselves daily so that when hardship came, they did not need to search for resilience. It was already there. Most people view mornings as a time to react to what the day brings. The Stoics viewed mornings as a time to set the course of the day before external events had any influence. They knew that the first thoughts upon waking determine whether a person enters the day with control or is pulled into distraction and emotional turbulence. The battle is won or lost in those first few moments. A mind that is disciplined before sleep will wake up ready to face the world without hesitation. Waking up stronger is not a matter of luck. It is not about hoping for a good mood or waiting for the right circumstances. It is a decision made every night before bed and reaffirmed every morning upon waking. The Stoics understood that the way a person begins their day is not separate from how they live their life. A person who starts the day without clarity will struggle to find it later. A person who starts the day with excuses will continue making them. A person who starts the day with purpose, however, will carry that purpose into everything they do. The difference between those who live with strength and those who are ruled by impulse is found in small habits, repeated consistently. The discipline of how the mind is conditioned before sleep and how it is directed upon waking determines the trajectory of everything that follows. The Stoics ensured that their nights prepared them for their mornings, and their mornings prepared them for their lives. There is no need for complexity in this process. Strength is built through simplicity, through choices made repeatedly until they become second nature. The thoughts allowed before sleep must be chosen with care. The first thoughts upon waking must not be left to chance. The mind must be directed before external distractions have the chance to dictate its state. A person who takes command of these moments takes command of their life. Most people underestimate the power of the transition from sleep to wakefulness. They assume that their mindset in the morning is something that simply happens rather than something that is shaped. But the mind is always absorbing, always learning. If it is not trained intentionally, it will adopt whatever influences are strongest, whether they are useful or not. The Stoics did not allow this process to be uncontrolled. They made sure that when they woke up, they were already prepared to meet the day with strength. This practice is not about seeking comfort. It is not about waking up and feeling good. It is about waking up and being ready. Strength is not about ease. It is about control. A mind that is trained does not require external motivation to act with discipline. It does not wait for the right mood. It does not need reassurance. It wakes up and it moves forward. The difference between those who drift through life and those who shape their own path is found in these moments. The first thoughts of the day either reinforce discipline or allow weakness to take root. The Stoics knew that how they woke up was just as important as how they fell asleep. A strong mind does not develop overnight, but it is built in the quiet, repeated choices that most people ignore. Each morning is a reflection of the night before. A disciplined night leads to a focused morning. A focused morning leads to a day lived with strength. A day lived with strength builds a life that is unshakable. The process is simple, but it must be followed. The mind must be guided. The first thoughts must be chosen. The path must be set before distractions have the chance to interfere. This is the foundation of a life lived with purpose. This is how the Stoics ensured that every day, from the first moment, was a step toward mastery rather than a step backward into disorder. Each day begins with a choice, but that choice is shaped by how the previous night was spent. Waking up strong is not a random event. It is the result of disciplined preparation. A mind that is clear before sleep wakes up with focus. A mind that is burdened wakes up in hesitation. The Stoics understood this cycle well, and they ensured that their final thoughts each night reinforced resilience and purpose rather than fear and distraction. But there was one practice above all that kept their minds sharp, focused, and fearless: the contemplation of mortality. Most people avoid thinking about death. The thought of an ending is unsettling, something pushed to the back of the mind, ignored until it becomes impossible to avoid. But the Stoics did the opposite. They embraced the reality of death not as a source of dread, but as a tool for clarity. They reminded themselves each night that time is not infinite, that life is a fleeting gift, and that nothing is guaranteed beyond the present moment. They saw this not as a reason for despair, but as a reason to live with greater urgency, discipline, and appreciation. The phrase memento mori, meaning remember that you will die, was not a dark warning. It was a call to awareness. It was not meant to instill fear, but to remove it. To those who live in denial of their own mortality, time is wasted as if it will always be replenished. Decisions are delayed as if there will always be more chances. Regret accumulates, and life is spent waiting rather than truly living. But to those who face death with open eyes, every moment becomes significant. There is no room for trivial worries. There is no space for hesitation. There is only the question, if this were my last day, did I live it well? The purpose of contemplating mortality before bed is not to dwell on endings, but to sharpen awareness of what matters most. The trivial frustrations of the day fade when placed against the vastness of time. The anxieties that seem so pressing lose their grip when compared to the reality that none of it will last forever. What remains is what truly matters: the way one lived, the choices made, the relationships cultivated, the integrity upheld. Seneca, one of the greatest Stoic thinkers, advised that each night should be treated as if it were the last, not in a reckless way, but in a way that ensures there is nothing left unsaid, nothing left undone, nothing left unresolved. He wrote that those who are always preparing to live never truly live. They wait for the right moment, the perfect conditions, the guarantee of more time. But life does not offer guarantees. He encouraged seeing each day as a complete chapter, making peace with its events, and accepting that if life were to end that night, it would end without regret. This mindset changes everything. The pettiness of arguments no longer seems worth carrying into sleep. The grudges that once felt justified now appear as weights dragging life downward. The hesitation to act, the fear of failure, the avoidance of difficult conversations, these no longer hold power. When death is acknowledged as an eventual certainty, the choice to live fully in the present becomes unavoidable. Contemplating mortality is not about removing the desire to live. It is about strengthening it. The thought of impermanence sharpens appreciation. The last time something is done is always the most meaningful. The last words spoken to a loved one hold weight. The last sunrise seen is breathtaking. But the truth is, any moment could be the last. There is no warning when it will come. The only certainty is that it will. The Stoics did not see this as morbid, they saw it as liberating. Most fears that keep people awake at night lose their power in the face of mortality. The fear of failure, the fear of judgment, the fear of discomfort, these are insignificant when compared to the fact that time is always running. The hesitation to pursue a meaningful goal, the insecurity that stops action, the endless cycle of waiting until the right time, these all dissolve when viewed through the lens of limited time. The right time is always now, because nothing beyond now is promised. To integrate this into daily life, the Stoics practiced small but powerful reminders. They would ask themselves before sleep, "If I do not wake up, am I at peace with how I live today?" If the answer was no, they would reflect on what must change. They would acknowledge that every interaction could be the last, and ensure that no kindness was withheld, no gratitude left unspoken. They would accept that external events were beyond control, but the way they met each day was entirely their choice. The paradox of thinking about death is that it does not make life heavier, it makes it lighter. The unnecessary burdens of stress and over-analysis fade when placed against the reality of impermanence. The small worries lose significance. The only thing that remains is how life is used. Those who live with the awareness of death do not waste their days seeking approval, avoiding discomfort or delaying action. They do what must be done, say what must be said, and live without the illusion that time will always be available. Marcus Aurelius, despite being the ruler of an empire, reflected on his mortality every night. He reminded himself that power, wealth, and reputation meant nothing in the face of death. He understood that titles fade, achievements are forgotten, and that only virtue, the way one lived, mattered in the end. This perspective freed him from arrogance, from attachment, from the pursuit of things that had no real lasting value. He lived not for praise, but for principle, not for ambition, but for wisdom. This way of thinking removes the unnecessary complexity of life. It clarifies what is worth energy and what is not. It reduces hesitation and increases action. It eliminates the fear of what others think and strengthens the focus on what truly matters. The things most people regret at the end of life are not the things they did, but the things they avoided, the words left unspoken, the kindness withheld, the chances not taken. Memento mori removes those regrets by making sure that each day is lived fully, as if it could be the last. The greatest mistake is assuming that there will always be more time. That assumption leads to complacency, to neglecting relationships, to delaying what is most important. The Stoics trained themselves to think otherwise. They did not live with anxiety about the future. They lived with clarity about the present. They knew that if they woke up, it was a gift. If they did not, they had already made peace with how they lived. This approach ensures that no day is wasted in triviality, no night is spent in unresolved tension, and no moment is taken for granted. To adopt this mindset does not require drastic change. It requires a shift in awareness. The simple habit of acknowledging that life is temporary is enough to alter the way choices are made. The willingness to ask, "If this were the last time I saw this person, how would I act?" reshapes the way relationships are handled. The question, "If today were my last, would I be satisfied with how I lived?" eliminates procrastination and hesitation. There is no escaping the truth that life will end, but there is a choice in how to live while it lasts. Those who deny death waste time fearing it. Those who accept it waste no time at all. The greatest power is not in controlling how long life lasts, but in deciding how it is used. Memento mori is not a call to dwell on death. It is a call to embrace life fully. It is the removal of illusions, the acceptance of reality, and the ultimate tool for living without regret. A person who practices this nightly does not wake up the same. They wake up with urgency, with purpose, with gratitude. They do not seek approval or chase distractions. They know that time is the most valuable currency, and that every moment spent wisely is a victory. They are not controlled by fear, but guided by clarity. They live each day as if it were both the first and the last, with nothing left unsaid, nothing left undone, and nothing left to regret. The awareness of mortality sharpens the mind, clearing away distractions and false concerns. A person who understands the fragility of life does not waste time on unnecessary worries or emotional turmoil. But this awareness, while powerful, must be paired with the ability to remain unaffected by external chaos. To live without regret is one thing, to sleep without disturbance is another. Reflection on mortality prepares the mind for purpose, but to enter rest in a state of true peace requires a deeper mastery, the mastery of apatheia. Apatheia, the Stoic state of non-reactivity, is not about being numb or indifferent. It is about reaching a level of mental discipline where external events do not disturb inner peace. It is the ability to experience emotions without being ruled by them. It is freedom from unnecessary suffering. While many struggle with restlessness, overthinking, or emotions that linger long into the night, those who practice apatheia do not carry the weight of the day into their sleep. They understand that the mind, if left unchecked, will cling to disturbances, turning temporary frustrations into lasting tension. But with discipline, it is possible to let go of what does not serve the soul. The human mind is naturally reactive. It latches onto conflict, replays moments of anger, regrets missed opportunities, and anticipates future struggles. This pattern is not intentional, but it is deeply ingrained. If a person allows their mind to remain in this reactive state before sleep, they will not rest. They will continue to battle. The body may be still, but the mind will keep running, revisiting conversations, reliving frustrations, creating problems that do not exist outside of thought. The purpose of apatheia is to break this cycle, to ensure that when the body rests, the mind does as well. The Stoics did not see emotional disturbances as something to be fought with force. They saw them as illusions that lost their power once observed with clarity. When an emotion is examined without resistance, it fades. When it is resisted or suppressed, it grows stronger. This is why most people struggle with sleep, not because of what happened during the day, but because of their inability to release it. They hold on to emotions, convincing themselves that if they do not process them now, they will lose control. But control is not found in clinging, it is found in detachment. Letting go is an act of strength, not weakness. The ability to release anger, disappointment, and worry before bed is the ultimate test of discipline. It requires an understanding that emotions are not permanent and that no amount of thinking will change what has already happened. A person who masters apatheia does not suppress emotions, but allows them to pass without attachment. They do not force themselves to feel differently. They simply recognize that emotions do not need to dictate their inner state. This approach to emotional detachment is not avoidance. It is clarity. It is recognizing that most of what disturbs the mind is self-inflicted. The external world does not have the power to disrupt inner peace unless that power is given to it. A single comment, an unfinished task, an unresolved issue, these things have no weight except for the meaning assigned to them. The Stoics trained themselves to withdraw that meaning, to see events as neutral, and to understand that no external event is worth sacrificing sleep over. One of the greatest sources of nighttime disturbance is attachment to outcomes. The mind obsesses over what should have happened, what could have been said, what might happen tomorrow. But the Stoics knew that should and could are illusions. They knew that reality is what it is, and resistance to reality only creates suffering. The solution is not to force a different outcome, but to accept the one that already exists. A person who practices apatheia before sleep does not argue with the past or fear the future. They accept, they release, and they rest. Nightmares and restless sleep often stem from unresolved emotional tension. The subconscious mind processes what the conscious mind has not yet let go of. If the mind is filled with stress, regret, or unresolved anger, these emotions do not disappear when the body rests. They manifest in sleep. But if the mind is trained to detach, to observe emotions without clinging to them, then the subconscious does not need to fight during the night. It can rest because it has been allowed to release. There is a discipline to achieving this state. It does not happen passively. Just as the body must be conditioned for physical strength, the mind must be conditioned for emotional control. The practice of apatheia is not about forcing stillness, but about understanding the nature of thoughts. The Stoics understood that the mind, left unchecked, will always seek something to fixate on, but they also knew that fixation is a choice. The mind does not need to be entertained by every emotion or pulled into every passing thought. It can be directed. It can be trained to remain still. Most people struggle with detachment because they believe their thoughts are reality, but thoughts are not facts. They are temporary, often irrational, and frequently misleading. The Stoics practiced stepping back from their own minds, questioning every emotion before accepting it as truth. This practice, repeated nightly, allows for true rest. When a thought arises, it can be acknowledged without being followed. When an emotion appears, it can be observed without being fed. This ability to witness rather than react is what allows for peaceful sleep. Apatheia is the rejection of unnecessary suffering. It is not the absence of emotions, but the refusal to be controlled by them. It is the ability to experience without attachment, to observe without reacting, to understand without being consumed. This state of mind does not come naturally, but it is cultivated through deliberate practice. The more often it is reinforced before sleep, the stronger it becomes throughout the day. A person who masters non-reactivity at night will carry that same resilience into waking life. The mistake most people make is believing that emotional reactions are unavoidable, but emotions are not dictators. They are suggestions. They arise, they present themselves, but they do not demand obedience. The Stoics knew that a thought is not a command, a feeling is not an order, a frustration is not a truth. These are passing signals, and it is within a person's power to decide which ones deserve attention and which ones can be ignored. The more this is practiced before sleep, the easier it becomes to wake up without lingering emotional weight. True rest is not just the absence of activity, it is the absence of unnecessary resistance. A person who sleeps well is not just physically at ease, but mentally unburdened. Those who struggle with sleep often do so not because they are restless, but because they have not trained their minds to let go. They have not yet mastered the art of seeing thoughts as separate from the self. But once this skill is developed, once the mind learns that it does not need to respond to every impulse, sleep becomes effortless. The discipline of detachment is the foundation of inner peace. It is the understanding that no thought, no emotion, no external event has power unless it is given permission. It is the ability to step back, to remain still, to recognize that everything will pass in time. A person who cultivates apatheia before bed wakes up stronger, lighter, unaffected by what once disturbed them. They enter the day without residue from the past and without anticipation of future troubles. They move through life with clarity, not because life has changed, but because their mind has. Letting go is not forgetting. It is not denial. It is not suppression. It is seeing everything clearly and choosing not to be disturbed. It is recognizing that peace is not found in controlling the world, but in controlling the reaction to it. The Stoics mastered this principle not because they lacked emotion, but because they refused to let emotions dictate their existence. They trained their minds not to be indifferent, but to be untouchable. Each night is an opportunity to reinforce this strength, to enter sleep free from the weight of the day, to wake up free from the burdens of the past. The person who practices apatheia consistently does not live a life free of challenges, but they live a life free from unnecessary suffering. They are not ruled by passing emotions. They are not weakened by external events. They sleep deeply, wake up clear, and move through the world with a mind that nothing can shake. Mastering the art of letting go is the highest form of strength. Apatheia teaches non-reactivity, the ability to remain undisturbed by external events. But there is a deeper level of mastery, the paradox of surrender. Control is an illusion, yet most people cling to it. They grip tightly to plans, outcomes, and expectations, believing that force will bend reality in their favor. But the mind that cannot release control is a mind that will always suffer. The strongest individuals are not those who try to control everything, but those who know when to let go. The act of surrendering to sleep reveals the truth about control. No matter how much effort is exerted, sleep cannot be forced. It only arrives when the mind and body allow it. The more a person struggles to sleep, the further it drifts away. The paradox is clear. Only by releasing the need for control can true peace be found. This lesson extends far beyond rest. It applies to life itself. The mind naturally resists surrender. It wants certainty, structure, and assurance. It wants to control conversations, predict the future, and shape outcomes. This instinct comes from fear, the fear of failure, uncertainty, and loss. But the harder one fights against uncertainty, the deeper the suffering becomes. The more one tries to force control, the more exhausted they become. Those who struggle to sleep often believe they need to do something to make it happen, when in reality, the solution is in doing nothing. The strongest people are not those who grasp tightly, but those who trust. They trust that life will unfold as it should. They trust that their preparation is enough. They trust that rest will come when it is needed. This is not passivity. It is wisdom. It is the understanding that trying to control the uncontrollable is wasted effort. The person who masters surrender is not weak. They are free. Most people associate strength with action, with constantly trying, fixing, pushing. But true strength is found in stillness, in the ability to let life flow without resistance. A person who clings tightly to their worries, their fears, their outcomes, is drained by an invisible battle. Their energy is spent trying to manipulate things beyond their reach. But those who embrace surrender channel their strength into what actually matters. They do not exhaust themselves fighting unwinnable battles. They know when to act and when to release. Sleep is the perfect training ground for this philosophy. If the mind can learn to let go before bed, It can learn to let go in life. The same mechanism that keeps a person awake at night, overthinking, grasping, resisting, is the same mechanism that causes suffering during the day. The fear of letting go is rooted in the belief that control equals safety. But safety does not come from clinging to things that cannot be held. It comes from trusting oneself to handle whatever arises. This shift in thinking is difficult at first. The mind is conditioned to seek control as a form of security, but security is not found in force. It is found in flexibility. A tree that does not bend in the wind will break. A mind that does not allow itself to release will shatter under pressure. Strength is not measured by how much one can hold on to, but by how well one can adapt, flow, and trust. Most people do not sleep well because they enter the night fighting instead of releasing. They fight their thoughts, they fight their emotions, they fight the quiet. But sleep is not won through effort. It is allowed through surrender. The same is true for peace. It is not achieved by controlling everything. It is found in letting go of the illusion of control. There is a reason why those who trust life sleep better. Their minds are not tangled in problems they cannot solve at night. Their energy is not wasted on anxieties that will not change the outcome. They understand that tomorrow will come regardless of how much they worry about it. This level of trust does not mean avoiding responsibility. It means knowing the difference between what is within power and what is not. The Stoics mastered this distinction. They focused only on what was in their control and accepted everything else without resistance. They did not waste time fearing the future or regretting the past because they knew neither could be controlled. They lived in alignment with reality rather than in opposition to it. And because they did not resist life, they moved through it with ease, clarity, and strength. Surrender is not about weakness. It is about efficiency. It is about using energy wisely, directing it only toward what is productive. The person who resists what cannot be changed is fighting a battle they will always lose. The person who accepts reality as it is moves through life without unnecessary suffering. Before sleep, the practice of surrender must be reinforced. The mind must be trained to release thoughts instead of clinging to them. Worries must be seen for what they are, phantoms of the mind that have no power unless entertained. The body must be given permission to rest rather than being placed under pressure to sleep. Sleep is a natural process, just as peace is a natural state. Both are disrupted only when control is forced. When letting go becomes a habit, life becomes lighter. Every challenge is met with calm instead of resistance. Every setback is handled with clarity instead of panic. The need for control disappears because it is no longer seen as necessary. The belief shifts from "I must control everything" to "I can handle whatever comes." This shift creates true inner strength. A person who does not need to control everything is unshakable. They are not thrown off course by uncertainty. They are not weakened by fear. They move through the world with confidence, not because they know what will happen, but because they know they can handle it. At night, this philosophy must be reinforced. The thoughts that arise before sleep must be met with non-attachment. The tension of the day must be allowed to dissolve. The need to solve everything before rest must be abandoned. The night is not for control. It is for release. The more this practice is reinforced, the easier it becomes. The mind learns that it does not need to hold on to every thought, every worry, every fear. It learns that strength is found in trusting, not in clinging. It learns that peace is not something to chase, but something to allow. Letting go does not mean giving up. It means choosing where energy is best spent. It means recognizing that some things are meant to unfold without interference. It means trusting oneself enough to stop gripping on to illusions of control. The person who embraces this truth lives a life of freedom. They sleep deeply, wake up clear, and move through each day with the unshakable strength that only comes from surrender. Letting go is not weakness, it is wisdom. The mind that fights for control spends its energy on illusions, while the mind that trusts its own strength moves through life with clarity. Surrender does not mean inaction. It means knowing what is worth effort and what is best left to unfold. This is not just a lesson for waking life. It is a principle that transforms the way the mind functions, even in sleep. But letting go is only half of the equation. The next step is deliberate reprogramming, the act of guiding the subconscious mind to think with clarity, reason, and strength, even when awareness fades into sleep. Most people assume that thought is something they consciously control, that reasoning happens only when they are actively thinking. But the reality is that much of what shapes perception, reaction, and decision-making happens automatically, beneath the surface of awareness. The subconscious absorbs everything it is fed, whether intentionally or passively. It does not discriminate between useful and useless thoughts, between rational and irrational beliefs. It simply reinforces what it receives most often. This means that if a person does not take control of what they repeatedly think, their mind will be shaped by whatever dominates their internal world, whether they chose it or not. The Stoics understood this. They knew that the battle for clarity and inner strength is not won in moments of crisis. It is won in the quiet, in the repeated conditioning of thought. The mind, like the body, becomes what it is trained to be. If it is trained in fear, it becomes fearful. If it is trained in overreaction, it becomes impulsive. But if it is trained in reason, it becomes unshakable. This training does not need to be a struggle. It does not require force. It simply requires repetition, deliberate reinforcement of the thoughts that serve rather than weaken. Before sleep, the mind is most receptive to suggestion. The conscious defenses relax, and whatever is placed into thought sinks deeper into the subconscious. This is why worries at night feel heavier, why emotions replay endlessly, and why unresolved stress lingers. The mind, when left unguided, naturally fixates on what is most emotionally charged. But it doesn't have to be this way. A person who deliberately chooses what their mind absorbs before sleep is, in essence, shaping their entire thought process. The power of auto-suggestion lies in its simplicity. It does not require overthinking. It does not require effort. It only requires consistency. If the last thoughts before sleep are those of clarity, reason, and strength, then the mind spends hours reinforcing those qualities, rewiring itself without resistance. This is not motivation. It is not blind positivity. It is training. The Stoics did not hope for rational thinking in moments of difficulty. They did not rely on willpower alone. They ensured that their minds were preconditioned for clear thought long before challenge arrived. They repeated principles to themselves, not because they doubted them, but because repetition turns ideas into reflexes. They reminded themselves that external events do not dictate inner peace, that emotions are not commands, that what happens is far less important than how it is interpreted. By repeating these truths constantly, they ensured that when pressure arose, their response was automatic rationality rather than instinctive emotion. This is why Stoic auto-suggestion before sleep is one of the most powerful tools for mental transformation. It bypasses resistance. It does not rely on willpower. It works in the background, shaping thought patterns overnight, so that when the next day arrives, clarity has already been reinforced. The key is deliberate focus on what is repeated. Just as a body grows stronger when it is trained with the right movements, the mind becomes clearer when it is trained with the right thoughts. Many people live with minds that work against them, not because they are incapable of reason, but because they have not trained their subconscious to prioritize it. They assume that if they understand something logically, it will naturally guide their actions. But this is not true. The mind does not operate purely on logic. It operates on habitual patterns of thought. If a person's first instinct is to overreact, to ruminate, to indulge in negativity, that is what their mind will default to, even if they consciously know better. The solution is to reprogram that default state. Training the mind for rational thought is not about force. It is about exposure. A person who listens to irrational thoughts all day and then tries to be rational in a crisis will fail. But a person who immerses their mind in clarity before sleep will wake up with that clarity reinforced. The repetition of principles is not just philosophy, it is psychology. The brain strengthens whatever it is exposed to most frequently. If it is flooded with anxiety, anxiety becomes the default. If it is filled with disciplined, rational thought, that becomes the baseline from which all reactions stem. The Stoics understood the importance of setting the tone for the mind. They did not allow randomness to dictate their thoughts. They did not let external chaos shape their internal world. They chose which ideas to reinforce. They knew that what the mind absorbs before sleep determines how it functions the next day. Those who leave their minds open to anything, news, negativity, distractions, wake up with thoughts scattered, emotions unfiltered, and clarity weakened. But those who feed their minds deliberate, focused wisdom before sleep wake up stronger than when they close their eyes. This practice is not about ignoring reality. It is about aligning perception with what is real, rather than with what is exaggerated by emotion. The majority of mental suffering comes not from events themselves, but from distorted interpretations of them. The mind, when left untrained, magnifies problems, distorts time, and creates unnecessary stress. But the mind that is conditioned to think clearly sees things as they are, without the fog of emotional interference. A person who consistently reinforces rational thought before sleep does not wake up controlled by their emotions. They wake up with a baseline of clarity that allows them to move through the day without overreaction, without unnecessary suffering, without losing perspective. They do not waste time arguing with reality because their subconscious has already been trained to accept what is, rather than fight what cannot be changed. They do not struggle to find discipline because discipline has already been set as the default mode of thinking. This is why training the subconscious through auto-suggestion is not just useful, it is essential. Without it, the mind defaults to old patterns. It returns to comfort, to avoidance, to emotional reaction. But with consistent exposure to Stoic principles, the mind rewires itself toward resilience, calm, and strength. This is not theory. It is a process that happens automatically when reinforced daily. The most powerful aspect of this method is that it does not require effort beyond intention. It does not demand willpower. It does not rely on fleeting motivation. It only requires repetition. The mind does not care whether a thought is helpful or harmful. It will strengthen whatever is repeated most. The person who fills their mind with nonsense will wake up with a scattered, weak perspective. The person who deliberately reinforces discipline and rationality will wake up with a mind that is unshakable. Each night presents a choice: to allow random thoughts to dictate the subconscious, or to take control of what the mind absorbs before it enters rest. Those who take this seriously do not wake up lost, anxious, or uncertain. They wake up prepared. They move through life without hesitation, not because they are forcing themselves to be disciplined, but because discipline has already been ingrained into their thinking. They face difficulty without panic, not because they have to remind themselves to stay calm, but because calm has already become their natural state. The power of this practice is that it works even when awareness fades. The subconscious never stops working. It is always learning, always absorbing. If it is not trained deliberately, it will be shaped by default, and that default is rarely aligned with strength. But a person who takes command of their nightly thoughts takes command of their entire mental framework. This is why the Stoics were so unshakable. They did not wait for their minds to think clearly when clarity was needed. They preconditioned their thinking long before difficulty arrived. They knew that a mind trained in reason does not collapse under pressure. It remains clear, sharp, and steady. This is how resilience is built. This is how mental fortitude is forged. Not in moments of challenge, but in the quiet, in the repetitions that happen when no one is watching, when no effort is required, when the mind is at rest, yet still listening. The person who masters this process does not need to force themselves to think rationally. Rationality becomes their nature. They do not need to constantly correct emotional reactions. Those reactions have already been rewired. They do not need to struggle for inner peace. Inner peace has already been reinforced. They wake up strong, clear, and unshakable, not by chance, but by design. A mind trained for rational thought does not waver under pressure. It does not cling to emotions that serve no purpose. It does not entertain illusions of control. Instead, it operates with precision, focusing only on what can be changed and releasing everything else. But reason alone is not enough to maintain lasting peace. There is another skill that must be mastered: the art of non-attachment. Most suffering comes not from what happens, but from attachment to how things should have happened. The mind resists reality, fights against circumstances, and refuses to let go of expectations. This creates internal conflict. Events occur, but the mind does not accept them. It replays conversations, regrets decisions, and dwells on disappointments. Sleep becomes impossible, not because of external chaos, but because the mind refuses to release what has already passed. Non-attachment is not indifference. It is not about feeling nothing. It is about experiencing fully without being possessed by experience. A person who practices non-attachment does not deny emotions, but does not let them take control. They feel deeply but let feelings pass without resistance. They recognize that everything, every success, every failure, every moment is temporary. Nothing is permanent, and trying to hold on to what is already gone only leads to suffering. Letting go does not mean giving up. It means understanding that attachment is a choice. It means seeing events as they are, rather than as they were wished to be. The mind clings to what is familiar, even if it is painful. It holds on to anger, frustration, and regret, believing that by replaying these emotions, it will gain control. But control is an illusion. Holding on to an outcome does not change it. Holding on to the past does not alter what happened. Holding on to expectations does not force them into reality. The strongest individuals are those who can move forward without being weighed down by what no longer exists. They take action where action is needed and release attachment where control is impossible. They accept what has already unfolded, knowing that resistance does not undo reality. It only prolongs suffering. Before sleep, the mind must be trained to release. If the events of the day are carried into rest, they become embedded in the subconscious, shaping dreams, distorting emotions, and leaving the body restless. The nervous system remains in a state of tension, as if still engaged in battle. But when the mind is taught to let go, the body follows. The nervous system shifts from stress to calm. The muscles loosen, the breath deepens. Sleep arrives not as a struggle but as a natural state. Non-attachment is not passive acceptance. It is active mastery over the mind's tendency to cling. It is looking at a situation and saying, "This has already happened. No amount of thinking will change it. I will let it be." It is recognizing that suffering is not in the event itself, but in the unwillingness to release it. The past cannot be rewritten. The future cannot be guaranteed. The only control available is over the present moment. But most people do not live in the present. They live in yesterday's regrets and tomorrow's anxieties. This is why they suffer. Their minds are always somewhere else, always resisting what is. A person who practices non-attachment understands that everything is borrowed, temporary, fleeting. They do not grip onto moments as if they can be preserved. They do not attach their happiness to specific outcomes. They do not depend on life unfolding in a particular way. Instead, they navigate with fluidity, adapting to change rather than resisting it. This does not mean they do not care. It means they do not break when things do not go as planned. This mindset is not easily adopted because the mind is conditioned to attach itself to everything: people, possessions, expectations, identity. The ego finds comfort in holding on, in defining itself by circumstances. It resists detachment because detachment feels like loss. But true non-attachment is not losing anything. It is gaining freedom from suffering. It is realizing that peace is not found in securing the perfect outcome, but in being at peace, regardless of the outcome. Letting go does not mean removing effort or ambition. It means doing everything with full presence and releasing the need to control the results. A person can work toward a goal, put in full effort, and still practice non-attachment by accepting that the outcome is not entirely within their hands. They can love fully without fear of loss because they understand that love is an experience, not a possession. They can engage with the world without fear of disappointment because they do not measure life by whether it meets their expectations. The difficulty with non-attachment is not in the principle, it is in practice. The mind is deeply conditioned to believe that attachment equals security. It assumes that if it does not hold on, something will be lost. But what is truly lost in letting go? Nothing but unnecessary suffering. The event still happened. The experience was still real, but the resistance to it no longer exists. At night, the thoughts that arise must be met with observation rather than resistance. The moment a thought about the past appears, the response is simple: let it be. The moment an expectation about the future arises, the response is the same: let it be. This is not a dismissal of reality, it is an acceptance of it. Non-attachment is the highest form of mental discipline. It is the ability to say, this moment is enough. This day is complete. What was meant to happen has already happened. I do not need to control anything further. This level of acceptance does not remove responsibility. It does not eliminate action. It simply removes the suffering that comes from trying to hold on to what has already passed. Those who master this mindset sleep deeply, not because they avoid problems, but because they do not carry problems into their rest. Their nervous systems are not locked in conflict. Their minds are not replaying arguments or failures. Their emotions are not dependent on how the day unfolded. They sleep without burden because they have trained themselves to release rather than resist. Every night there is a choice: to fight reality or to accept it, to grip tightly to emotions that no longer serve a purpose or to allow them to pass. Those who choose acceptance do not live with the weight of unnecessary suffering. They do not wake up drained from fighting against what was already written. They wake up free. A person who practices non-attachment before sleep does not fall into unconsciousness carrying the baggage of the past. They do not enter rest entangled in what-ifs. They do not allow their peace to be dictated by external events. They recognize that life will unfold as it will, regardless of how much they try to control it. And because of this, they move through each day with clarity, knowing that attachment is not strength. It is a burden disguised as security. Freedom is not found in getting everything exactly as desired. It is found in being unshaken when things do not go as expected. Non-attachment is not about having less. It is about being owned by less. Less fear, less regret, less resistance to life. When this principle is mastered, peace is no longer something that needs to be sought. It is already present. It does not come from outside circumstances aligning perfectly. It comes from within, from the understanding that attachment is the only source of unnecessary pain. The strongest minds are those that can hold on loosely. They can experience without possessing. They can love without fearing loss. They can engage without being owned by expectation. This is not avoidance. It is not indifference. It is the highest form of clarity, the ability to live fully without clinging to anything, as if it will last forever. Before sleep, this truth must be reinforced. Every thought that tries to linger must be met with detachment, not with force, not with suppression, but with a simple acknowledgement. This does not need to be held. This can be released. A person who masters this will not just sleep better. They will move through life with a kind of strength that few possess. The strength to let things be as they are, without breaking under the illusion that they were ever meant to be any other way. Non-attachment frees the mind from unnecessary suffering. It loosens the grip of expectations, allowing events to unfold without resistance. But there is a deeper challenge that many people face before sleep: the endless loop of overthinking. Even after practicing non-attachment, the mind may still wander, replaying the past, forecasting the future, and drowning in hypothetical scenarios. This is not a harmless habit. It is a direct attack on mental strength. Overthinking is not thinking. It is not reflection. It is not analysis. It is mental noise disguised as productivity. It consumes energy but produces nothing of value. It masquerades as problem-solving, but in reality, it is problem-creating. A person lost in overthinking is not gaining clarity. They are feeding doubt, stress, and fear. The more the mind fixates on a thought, the more power that thought gains. And if this happens before sleep, the effects are compounded. The body is tired, but the mind refuses to rest. Instead of winding down, it speeds up. Instead of letting go, it holds on tighter. The Stoics understood that rumination is a form of self-imprisonment. Marcus Aurelius warned against the mind's tendency to wander into the unnecessary. Seneca spoke of the dangers of mentally suffering over things that have not happened. Epictetus reminded his students that most distress comes not from events, but from thoughts about those events. They saw overthinking for what it was, an enemy disguised as intelligence. People overthink because they mistake it for preparation. They believe that if they analyze a situation enough times, they will find certainty. But certainty is an illusion. No amount of thought can remove risk. No amount of mental rehearsal can control the outcome. The mind craves answers that do not exist, and in this craving, it exhausts itself. Overthinking does not bring peace, it delays it. The more time spent trapped in thought loops, the less clarity remains. At night, overthinking is at its most dangerous. The distractions of the day are gone. There is nothing left but the mind and its thoughts. If left unchecked, those thoughts spiral. They pull a person deeper into worry, regret, and analysis paralysis. This leads to restless sleep, shallow recovery, and waking up more exhausted than before. The nervous system remains in a heightened state, as if preparing for a battle that will never come. The brain cannot distinguish between real threats and imagined ones. It reacts to both with the same intensity. This is why overthinking before bed leads to tension, rapid heart rate, and difficulty sleeping. The solution is not to suppress thought, but to redirect it. The Stoics did not waste time fighting unnecessary emotions. They observed them, understood them, and then let them pass. They trained their minds to focus only on what was useful. This is the key to stopping overthinking before bed. It is not about forcing the mind to be quiet. It is about giving it the right things to focus on. The first step is to recognize that thoughts are not commands. Just because a thought appears does not mean it deserves attention. The mind produces thousands of thoughts each day, most of them repetitive and useless. Yet people believe that every thought must be engaged with. This is false. A thought can be observed without being followed. It can be acknowledged without being entertained. The moment this truth is understood, overthinking loses its grip. A simple exercise the Stoics used was categorization of thoughts. When a thought arises, it is placed into one of two categories, useful or useless. If a thought leads to action, if it solves a problem, if it clarifies a situation, it is useful. If a thought leads to stress, if it repeats endlessly without resolution, if it focuses on things beyond control, it is useless. The second category is where overthinking lives. It is a trap of endless speculation without progress. Once a thought is identified as useless, it is let go. No debate, no engagement, just release. Another powerful Stoic practice is thought limitation. Instead of allowing the mind to wander freely into anxiety, it is given a boundary. A specific time is designated for reflection. No more, no less. This prevents overthinking from consuming the night. If a problem needs attention, it is thought about deliberately for a set amount of time, and then it is abandoned. This tells the brain that thinking is a tool, not an addiction. Journaling was another method used by great thinkers to clear mental clutter. Writing down thoughts reduces their intensity. A worry written down is a worry removed from the mind's repetitive cycle. It turns abstract fears into something concrete, making them easier to dismiss. Many people find that once a thought is written, it suddenly seems less important. The act of transferring it from the mind to paper gives it form, making it easier to manage and let go of. The breath is another weapon against overthinking. A mind that is focused on breathing cannot spiral into endless loops of worry. The Stoics emphasized the importance of presence, of being fully engaged in what's happening now rather than lost in the past or future. The easiest way to anchor the mind is through deep, controlled breathing. The nervous system responds instantly. Thoughts slow. The body relaxes. Overthinking fades because the brain is given something real to focus on. There is also the practice of zooming out. Overthinking makes everything feel urgent. It tricks the mind into believing that every thought is critical, that every worry is justified. But in reality, most things that consume the mind before bed are insignificant in the larger picture. When viewed from a wider perspective, most concerns lose their weight. Will this matter in a week, a month, a year? If the answer is no, then it does not deserve mental energy now. Epictetus taught that most distress comes from false assumptions. People assume the worst will happen. They assume they will fail. They assume others are judging them. They assume problems are bigger than they are. But assumptions are not reality. They are stories the mind tells itself. And like all stories, they can be rewritten. The practice of questioning assumptions is a Stoic discipline that breaks overthinking at its root. Is this thought based on facts or fears? Is it grounded in reality or imagination? The moment an assumption is exposed as false, its power disappears. One of the most effective ways to prevent overthinking before sleep is preparing the mind before night arrives. Those who rush through their day, filling every moment with distraction, will find that their thoughts explode at night. The brain, having been ignored all day, demands attention. It releases everything at once. But those who reflect throughout the day, who address worries before they become overwhelming, who take moments to breathe and reset, do not experience this mental flood. Their minds are already at peace before the night begins. The key to stopping overthinking is training the mind to let go as easily as it holds on. Most people are experts at gripping tightly to thoughts. They replay conversations. They analyze mistakes. They predict disasters. But they are not trained in the art of release. The Stoics saw thoughts as clouds. They come, they pass. They do not need to be chased. They do not need to be held. They can be acknowledged and allowed to drift away. The strongest minds are not those that have no thoughts, but those that control which thoughts deserve attention. Overthinking is not a sign of intelligence. It is a sign of mental discipline left unchecked. The person who can direct their mind at will, who can choose when to engage and when to release, holds true power. Before bed, this power must be reinforced. A mind that is deliberately quieted before rest will wake up stronger. Those who allow thoughts to dictate their night will enter the next day weak, drained, and scattered. But those who practice Stoic discipline over the mind will wake up clear, calm, and unshakable. They will face the day rather than be consumed by it. Mental strength is not just about handling difficulty. It is about preventing unnecessary suffering. It is about understanding that the mind is a tool, not a master. Overthinking is weakness disguised as depth. The person who masters their thoughts before sleep masters their life. They wake up not as a prisoner of their own mind, but as the architect of their own strength. Overthinking before sleep weakens the mind by filling it with unnecessary tension, keeping it locked in endless loops of fear, worry, and regret. But the mind does not stop working when the body sleeps. Thoughts may fade from conscious awareness, but the subconscious continues its process, sorting through experiences, reinforcing beliefs, and even testing responses to challenges. The Stoics understood that the way one thinks during waking life influences not only the way one sleeps, but also what the mind does during sleep. They saw dreams not as meaningless flickers of the imagination, but as reflections of inner thought patterns, subconscious fears, and even the state of one's virtues. The mind is not divided between waking and sleeping. It is continuous. The habits formed during the day do not disappear at night. They persist. If the mind is trained in discipline, rationality, and virtue while awake, then sleep is not a chaotic realm of uncontrolled thoughts. It becomes a space where those same values continue to work. Just as a body that is trained in movement continues to function efficiently when at rest, a mind trained in wisdom continues to process events with clarity even when unconscious. For the Stoics, virtue was not something to be practiced occasionally. It was a way of being. They did not see morality as a set of rigid rules, but as a framework that shaped every thought and action. The mind, left undisciplined, clings to weakness and distraction. But a mind that has been conditioned to seek clarity, truth, and reason will apply those same principles even in dreams. This is why some individuals wake up from their dreams with insights, realizations, and even solutions to problems. The subconscious, when properly trained, does not work against the individual. It works with them. Lucid dreaming, the awareness of being in a dream, has been observed across different philosophical traditions. While the Stoics did not focus on controlling dreams in the way modern lucid dreamers do, they did believe that a person's character is revealed in their dreams. If a person claims to live by reason, but in their dreams they act with irrational fear, deception, or selfishness, it suggests that their virtue is only surface level. A person whose subconscious is aligned with their values will not betray those values even in sleep. Dreams often expose weaknesses that are ignored in waking life. A person who suppresses emotions during the day may find those emotions overwhelming them at night. A person who hides their fears in conversation may find those fears dominating their dreams. The Stoics did not dismiss dreams as random or meaningless. They viewed them as signals from the subconscious, an opportunity to reflect on the areas of life where discipline is still needed. If the mind continues to struggle in a particular way during sleep, it is a sign that attention must be given to that struggle while awake. Seneca wrote about the importance of examining the mind's tendencies. Just as a person reflects on their actions each evening, they can also reflect on what their dreams reveal about their state of mind. Did fear appear? Did greed manifest? Did emotions take over? Did reason remain intact? This is not about controlling dreams, but about using them as a mirror to see the unfiltered self. Dreams do not lie. They show what the conscious mind may try to avoid. If a person consistently experiences dreams of anger, fear, or regret, it is not the dreams that need to change. It is the way the mind is conditioned during waking life. The subconscious is a faithful recorder. It does not invent new emotions. It amplifies what is already there. The Stoics believed that true virtue is reflected in all states of being, not just when others are watching, not just when it is convenient, but even in sleep. This is why cultivating the right thoughts before bed is essential. A person who fills their mind with resentment will carry that resentment into their subconscious. A person who sleeps with unresolved tension will process that tension through disturbed dreams. But a person who sleeps with acceptance, gratitude, and clarity will find that even their dreams reflect that peace. One of the greatest tests of a person's character is how they respond in situations where they are not in control. Sleep is the ultimate test of this. If a person's values are deeply ingrained, they will remain virtuous even when the conscious mind is at rest. They will not act out of fear or deception, even when their rational guard is down. The Stoics did not concern themselves with the supernatural interpretations of dreams, but they did see them as useful indicators of self-mastery. To strengthen the subconscious for virtue, discipline is needed in waking life. This means consistently aligning thoughts and actions with reason. It means practicing self-examination to ensure that emotions do not override judgment. It means reinforcing the habit of responding to events with wisdom rather than impulse. These habits do not disappear when sleep begins. They carry over. The power of the subconscious is that it processes information without the limitations of conscious logic. This is why some of history's greatest thinkers have reported breakthroughs coming to them in dreams. The brain continues working on problems even when the conscious self is not aware of it. The Stoics understood this long before neuroscience confirmed it. They recognized that if a person feeds their mind with wisdom, wisdom will continue to work in the background. But if a person spends their day indulging in negativity, reacting with impulse, and reinforcing harmful thought patterns, then sleep will be no different. The same anxieties that dominate the day will manifest in distorted ways at night. This is why mental discipline is not just about external behavior. It is about shaping the core of one's mind so that clarity is present even in moments of unconsciousness. The ultimate goal of Stoicism is not to act wise, it is to be wise. It is not to appear calm, but to be calm. It is not to follow virtue for appearance's sake, but to become a person who is naturally inclined toward virtue. This level of transformation does not stop when the eyes close. It continues, silently shaping the mind, even in sleep. Dreams offer a rare opportunity for reflection. They reveal the state of the mind without pretense. If a person experiences dreams filled with panic, anger, or conflict, it is not a punishment, it is a message. It is a sign that the mind is still holding on to unnecessary tension, that discipline is still incomplete. If, however, a person begins to notice that their dreams align with their waking thoughts, that they do not experience extreme reactions or irrational fears, it is a sign that virtue has been internalized. This is the highest level of mental conditioning, not needing reminders, not needing effort, but being so naturally aligned with discipline that even the subconscious mind follows suit. The greatest Stoics did not act with reason. They became reason itself. They did not impose wisdom upon themselves. They lived in such a way that wisdom was automatic. Before sleep, this alignment must be reinforced. The mind must be reminded that there is no need for fear, no need for regret, no need for excessive attachment. The subconscious must be trained just as the conscious mind is trained. Those who take this seriously will find that their dreams do not haunt them. Their nights are not filled with unresolved battles. Their sleep does not drain them, but restores them. To practice virtue in sleep is not about controlling dreams. It is about ensuring that the mind is so well trained in wisdom that even in the absence of conscious effort, it does not stray. This level of mastery is not reached overnight. It is built habit by habit until it becomes second nature. Those who reach this level wake up not confused, not anxious, not uncertain, but clear, strong, and unshaken. The mind does not stop learning when sleep begins. The conscious mind fades, but the subconscious remains active, absorbing patterns, reinforcing habits, and shaping how thoughts and emotions will be processed the next day. The way a person trains their mind during waking hours determines how their subconscious operates when they are no longer aware of it. Stoic philosophy, when deeply internalized, does not just influence conscious choices. It rewires automatic reactions, turning rationality and emotional control into default responses rather than forced efforts. The subconscious is not selective. It absorbs everything it is repeatedly exposed to. It does not distinguish between wisdom and nonsense, between discipline and indulgence. If it is constantly fed negativity, it strengthens negative thinking. If it is surrounded by distractions, it learns to crave them. But if it is trained with clarity, reason, and resilience, it begins to function accordingly. The Stoics knew that a person's habits are not determined by motivation or willpower alone, but by the consistent programming of the mind. Many people struggle with controlling their emotions, not because they lack intelligence or understanding, but because their subconscious has been conditioned to react impulsively. If a person has spent years responding to problems with frustration, then anger becomes automatic. If they have repeatedly indulged in worry, anxiety becomes their default setting. The subconscious operates on familiarity, and whatever is reinforced most often will dictate automatic behavior. This is why temporary motivation fails. It does not reach deep enough to alter these ingrained patterns. The process of reshaping subconscious thinking does not happen through effort alone. It happens passively, through immersion in the right ideas, the right words, and the right thought patterns. If the mind is repeatedly exposed to Stoic principles, especially before sleep, those principles begin to integrate themselves without force, without struggle, without conscious effort. This is not magic. It is how the brain functions. The neural pathways that are used most frequently become stronger, while those that are neglected weaken. This is why people who practice worry get better at worrying, and people who practice resilience get better at remaining calm. Stoic philosophy is not meant to be studied and then forgotten. It is meant to be absorbed, to become a framework through which every thought is filtered. The subconscious is the key to making this transition. The person who only applies Stoicism when actively thinking about it will always struggle. But the person who trains their subconscious to process thoughts through Stoic logic automatically will remain composed even when they are not actively trying to be. They will not have to remind themselves to stay calm. They will simply be calm. They will not have to force themselves to detach from outcomes. They will naturally respond with non-attachment. Sleep is the perfect time for this kind of training because it bypasses resistance. The conscious mind is full of barriers. It questions, it argues, it filters information through biases. But the subconscious does not resist. It simply absorbs. This is why people who listen to negative self-talk all day begin to believe it without question. Their subconscious is always listening, always reinforcing whatever it hears most. This is also why people who immerse themselves in wisdom begin to embody it effortlessly. The words, ideas, and perspectives that the subconscious is exposed to most often become the foundation of its automatic responses. The Stoics understood that the best way to train the mind is through repetition. They repeated key principles to themselves constantly, not because they doubted them, but because repetition is the most effective way to ensure deep learning. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations not for others, but as a personal exercise in reinforcing wisdom. He knew that the mind forgets easily, that knowledge fades unless it is actively refreshed. This is why exposure to Stoic philosophy before sleep is so powerful. It ensures that wisdom is the last thing the mind absorbs before entering its most receptive state. The subconscious operates on association. If a person constantly associates certain thoughts with stress, those thoughts will automatically trigger anxiety. But if they begin associating Stoic principles with calmness, their mind will shift to peace when those thoughts arise. This is why pre-sleep Stoic conditioning is so effective. It creates new mental connections, linking clarity with rest, linking wisdom with relaxation, linking rationality with emotional stability. The brain continues processing information even in deep sleep. Studies have shown that language learning, motor skills, and even emotional regulation improve when the mind is exposed to structured information before rest. This is because sleep consolidates learning, strengthening the pathways that were most active before sleep began. If the last thoughts before sleep are chaotic, the subconscious strengthens chaos. If they are disciplined, the subconscious strengthens discipline. Many people go to sleep carrying the weight of their unresolved emotions, allowing stress to dominate their final thoughts. They replay arguments, dwell on uncertainties, and allow their minds to be filled with useless noise. This ensures that when they wake up, they feel just as drained as when they went to bed. But a person who deliberately trains their subconscious with wisdom before sleep wakes up with a mind that is already aligned with reason. They do not start the day trying to regain control over their thoughts. They wake up already composed. This process does not require active effort beyond choosing what the mind absorbs before sleep. It is a simple shift. Instead of scrolling through distractions, instead of ruminating on stress, instead of filling the mind with negativity, the focus is placed on reinforcing the thoughts that will lead to strength. This can be done through reading Stoic texts, listening to lectures, or even silently repeating key principles. The Stoics believed that training the mind should not be left to chance. They saw mental discipline as a constant practice, something that needed reinforcement at all times. Modern neuroscience confirms what they intuitively understood. The thoughts that are repeated most frequently become the brain's default mode. The strongest individuals are not those who try to think rationally in moments of crisis, but those whose minds have already been trained to default to rationality. People often believe that deep change requires struggle. They think that mastering emotional control means constantly battling their impulses. But the truth is, real mastery happens when no battle is needed. When the subconscious has already been trained, there is no need to try to remain calm. Calmness is the natural response. There is no need to force discipline. Discipline is simply how the mind operates. The key to this level of mastery is consistency. A person cannot expect their subconscious to absorb Stoicism if they only expose themselves to it occasionally. They cannot expect resilience to become their default if they reinforce fear and doubt more often than they reinforce strength. The subconscious will follow whatever pattern is most dominant. The decision must be made to consciously choose what thoughts get reinforced. Some may question whether this method truly works. They may believe that real self-improvement requires active effort at all times, but they misunderstand the nature of the mind. Just as a person does not consciously think about every movement when walking, a person who has trained their subconscious in wisdom does not have to consciously remind themselves to act wisely. It becomes effortless. The more the subconscious is conditioned, the less effort is needed to apply Stoic principles. A person who takes this practice seriously will notice changes that happen subtly at first. They will begin reacting differently to challenges without forcing themselves to. They will start feeling less affected by emotions that once dominated them. Their thoughts will become clearer, their decision-making sharper, and they will realize that they are no longer fighting against their own mind. They are working with it. This transformation does not happen overnight, but it begins the moment a person chooses to direct their subconscious rather than let it be shaped by randomness. Every night presents an opportunity to rewire the mind. Those who take advantage of this will find that Stoicism is not something they practice when they remember. It is something they embody effortlessly, even when they are not awake. The mind is always listening. The question is, what is it being trained to hear? The subconscious mind absorbs everything it is exposed to, reinforcing thought patterns and shaping automatic responses. If it is trained in wisdom, resilience, and clarity, it will function accordingly, even in sleep. But strength is not built in comfort. The ability to remain unshaken in the face of adversity does not come from occasional effort. It is developed through continuous training. The Stoics did not prepare for hardship only when hardship arrived. They trained themselves to be resilient at all times, ensuring that when difficulty struck, they did not collapse under its weight. Mental resilience is not about denying emotions or pretending to be unaffected by struggle. It is about conditioning the mind to handle difficulty without breaking. It is about reinforcing the ability to endure, to think clearly under pressure, and to remain unshaken by external circumstances. This does not happen by accident. It happens through deliberate conditioning, shaping the mind to default to strength rather than weakness. And this process does not stop when sleep begins. The mind is always in training, whether it is being shaped by wisdom or by fear, whether it is strengthening resilience or reinforcing fragility. It is always absorbing patterns. A person who allows their mind to drift into unexamined habits will find themselves unprepared when life demands fortitude. But a person who trains their subconscious for hardship will wake up stronger every day, already prepared for the challenges ahead. Hardship is inevitable. There will be loss, failure, disappointment, and struggle. Those who are caught off guard by difficulty are those who have never prepared for it. They have spent their days in distraction, avoiding discomfort and indulging in temporary ease. But the Stoics understood that resilience is built before it is needed. They trained themselves to be ready not when trouble arrived, but long before. This is why they practiced voluntary discomfort, premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, and mental discipline at all times. They did not wait for pain to strike before learning to endure it. They conditioned themselves daily so that when hardship came, they met it with strength rather than fear. Sleep is the perfect time for this conditioning. The subconscious mind, when properly directed, can be trained to reinforce resilience rather than passivity. If a person allows their mind to absorb weakness before sleep, they will wake up weaker. If they allow their thoughts to dwell on complaints, anxieties, and self-doubt, their mind will become accustomed to these patterns. But if they reinforce the principles of endurance, fortitude, and rational acceptance, these qualities will become deeply ingrained. Training for hardship begins with the recognition that suffering is not the enemy. The mind must be taught to stop resisting discomfort and start using it as fuel. Most people believe that peace is the absence of struggle. But true peace is the ability to face struggle without being consumed by it. It is the ability to wake up knowing that no matter what happens, the mind will remain steady. This is the state the Stoics aimed for. A mind that is not swayed by external forces. A mind that does not break under pressure. A mind that is already prepared for whatever comes. The way to build this resilience is through exposure, through repeated reminders, through constant reinforcement. Just as the body adapts to physical stress through exercise, the mind adapts to difficulty by confronting it, not avoiding it. If hardship is feared, it will always be overwhelming. If it is trained for, it becomes manageable. A person who has already rehearsed their response to difficulty will not be thrown off balance when it arrives. They will meet it with composure, not because they are forcing themselves to stay calm, but because calmness has become their default response. This conditioning can be strengthened by reflecting on the impermanence of all things. When the mind is trained to accept that everything is temporary, pain, failure, success, comfort, it no longer clings desperately to what is fading. The fear of loss weakens because loss is no longer seen as something catastrophic, but as something inevitable and survivable. This understanding does not make hardship enjoyable, but it makes it bearable. It removes the unnecessary suffering that comes from resistance. The mind must also be trained in non-reactivity. Hardship becomes more painful when it is met with panic, but those who train themselves to pause, to observe, to detach from immediate emotional reactions, gain control over their own response. They do not allow external events to dictate their state of mind. This is not suppression. It is mastery. It is the ability to feel without being controlled by feeling. One of the most powerful ways to reinforce this mindset is through mental rehearsal. Just as an athlete prepares for competition by visualizing their movements, a person can prepare for hardship by rehearsing their response to it. Before sleep, the mind can be directed to face challenges in advance, running through scenarios where endurance is needed. This does not mean obsessing over worst-case situations, but training the mind to respond with strength no matter what arises. The subconscious does not argue, it does not resist, it absorbs. If it is given repeated exposure to the idea that all difficulty is survivable, that all hardship is an opportunity for growth, that all discomfort is temporary, then these ideas become embedded. The person who repeatedly reinforces these truths will find that when hardship arrives, they are already prepared. They will not have to scramble to find their strength. They will already have it. Resilience is also built through the practice of simplicity. When the mind is accustomed to needing comfort, needing validation, needing external reassurance, it becomes fragile. But when the mind is trained to require little, to be content with less, to operate independently of luxury or excess, it becomes unshakable. The Stoics practiced simplicity not because they rejected pleasure, but because they knew that dependence on comfort creates weakness. If a person can only function when circumstances are perfect, they will collapse when those circumstances change. But if they have trained themselves to be adaptable, to be at ease even in discomfort, they will remain steady through all conditions. Another key element of resilience training is the rejection of entitlement. The mind that expects ease will always be disappointed. The mind that expects struggle will never be caught off guard. When the subconscious is trained to understand that nothing is owed, that life is not designed to be fair, that hardship is not an exception but a rule, then it stops reacting with surprise or frustration. It stops wasting energy on complaints. It shifts into problem-solving mode rather than victim mode. This kind of mental toughness is not reached through theory alone. It must be experienced, reinforced, practiced daily. Sleep does not have to be a passive escape from reality. It can be a continuation of training. If the last thoughts before sleep are of strength rather than fear, clarity rather than confusion, acceptance rather than resistance, then the subconscious will strengthen those qualities overnight. It will absorb them as truth. It will make them the new default. The goal is to wake up each morning with a mind that is already prepared, not struggling to regain focus, not trying to summon motivation, but already clear, already disciplined, already resilient. This is the kind of mental training the Stoics pursued, not reactive, but proactive. They did not wait for hardship to strike before trying to be strong. They built their strength so that when hardship came, they met it without hesitation. A person who commits to this practice will notice a shift. They will see that challenges no longer feel as overwhelming, that their first response to difficulty is no longer frustration, but calm assessment. That their mind does not spiral into panic, but remains centered. This is not because hardship has become easier. It is because they have become stronger. Training the mind for hardship is a lifelong process, but it is one that compounds over time. Each night presents an opportunity to reinforce resilience, to strengthen endurance, to make the subconscious a powerful ally rather than an enemy. Those who take advantage of this will not be broken by difficulty. They will not crumble under pressure. They will wake up ready every single day because their mind has already been conditioned for whatever comes next. Resilience is not built through a single act of willpower. It is not something that appears in a moment of crisis, but something that is shaped over time, deeply embedded into the subconscious mind through repetition, exposure, and reinforcement. Training for hardship does not end when the day ends. The mind continues to process information even in sleep, absorbing the thoughts, beliefs, and perspectives it is exposed to most frequently. If a person passively absorbs negativity, fear, and distraction, their subconscious will be conditioned to expect weakness. But if they fill their environment with wisdom, strength, and discipline, their mind will internalize these qualities without resistance. This is where the power of Stoic audio affirmations during sleep becomes a tool for transformation. The subconscious does not sleep. It continues absorbing, reinforcing, and reorganizing thoughts throughout the night. When exposed to strong, rational, and disciplined ideas during sleep, the mind absorbs them deeply, bypassing the resistance that often exists when awake. A person may consciously agree with Stoic principles, but unless those principles reach the subconscious level, they will not become second nature. Passive listening ensures that these ideas penetrate beyond surface-level understanding, shaping thought patterns, emotional responses, and decision-making at the deepest level. The reason audio affirmations work is because the subconscious mind is highly suggestible during sleep. Studies on neuroplasticity show that repeated exposure to specific thoughts and concepts rewires the brain's automatic responses. This is why advertising, repeated messaging, and environmental influences have such a powerful impact on human behavior. The more the mind is exposed to certain ideas, the more it accepts them as truth. If the messages are chaotic, they create confusion. If they are rooted in discipline and reason, they create stability. The mind, when left untrained, will absorb whatever is presented to it without question. This is why it is essential to be deliberate about what is allowed to shape subconscious beliefs. Stoic philosophy is based on mental discipline, rational detachment, and emotional control. These principles must be repeated, reinforced, and practiced consistently. If a person only engages with them consciously for a few minutes a day, but spends the rest of their time absorbing distractions, the subconscious will not integrate Stoic wisdom deeply. But if the mind is immersed in Stoic affirmations during sleep, these principles become automatic. They shift from something that must be remembered to something that is instinctive. The key to reprogramming beliefs is constant repetition. The mind does not change instantly. It changes gradually, absorbing new information like water filling the grooves of a riverbed. The more an idea is reinforced, the deeper it carves into the subconscious. This is why many people struggle to change their habits. Their environment, thoughts, and influences continue reinforcing the same limiting beliefs. But the subconscious is always listening, always adapting. If it is exposed to strength, clarity, and rationality, it will begin to operate accordingly. Listening to Stoic affirmations during sleep is not about forcing change. It is about creating an environment where change happens naturally. The subconscious is shaped by whatever it is immersed in most frequently. This is why people raised in fear-based environments struggle with anxiety, while those raised in disciplined environments develop mental toughness. The external world creates internal patterns. But for those who were not surrounded by strength and wisdom in their formative years, the mind can still be reshaped. The subconscious is always adaptable, always capable of change, as long as the right input is provided. One of the greatest barriers to lasting change is resistance from the conscious mind. When a person tries to implement Stoic principles while awake, they may struggle against old habits, doubts, and emotional reactions. The conscious mind questions, overanalyzes, and often sabotages new ways of thinking. But during sleep, these barriers are lowered. The subconscious is more open, more accepting, more receptive. This is why passive listening can be so effective. It allows new ideas to be absorbed without resistance. Over time, these ideas become the foundation for automatic thoughts and behaviors. Affirmations are not magic. They work because they align with how the brain naturally learns. Just as language is learned through repetition, so are belief systems. If a person hears messages of self-doubt repeatedly, they internalize insecurity. If they hear messages of resilience, they internalize strength. Stoic affirmations serve as a way to retrain the mind to think like a philosopher, not just in moments of reflection, but in everyday life, where challenges arise without warning. The Stoics believed in training the mind like a warrior trains the body. They did not rely on motivation or temporary effort. They built habits that made strength inevitable. Affirmations reinforce this by ensuring that even in sleep, the mind is being conditioned for resilience. If the last thing the mind absorbs before sleep is wisdom, it will wake up with wisdom. If the last thing it absorbs is fear, it will wake up with fear. This is why it is critical to be intentional about what is consumed before bed. The power of audio affirmations is not in the words themselves, but in the repetition of disciplined thinking. When exposed to Stoic principles every night, the subconscious integrates them at a deep level. Soon, these principles will not have to be remembered. They will be lived. A person who listens to affirmations about remaining calm under pressure will find themselves naturally responding to stress with clarity. A person who hears messages about embracing discomfort will develop an instinct for endurance. The subconscious does not argue. It accepts whatever it is given most consistently. The environment a person creates determines their future. The strongest individuals do not rely on willpower alone. They shape their surroundings to support their growth. Just as an athlete structures their diet, training, and recovery for peak performance, a philosopher structures their mental environment to support wisdom. Passive listening to Stoic affirmations is part of this structure, ensuring that even in sleep, the mind is being refined. The impact of this practice becomes clear over time. A person who repeatedly reinforces Stoic thinking will wake up feeling more in control of their emotions. They will notice that their reactions to stress are different, that their first instinct is no longer fear, but rational assessment. They will find that their self-talk has shifted, that their doubts have weakened, that their ability to detach from unnecessary suffering has strengthened. These changes are not forced. They are the result of consistent exposure to discipline. The subconscious is always learning. The only question is what it is learning from. If it is absorbing wisdom, it will operate with wisdom. If it is absorbing weakness, it will default to weakness. There is no neutral input. Everything that enters the mind leaves an imprint. The strongest individuals understand this and take control of their environment, ensuring that their subconscious is being shaped with intention, clarity, and resilience. This is why passive listening is not a small practice. It is a foundational tool for long-term mental strength. It removes the need for constant effort by making wisdom the natural default. The person who commits to this will find that over time, they no longer have to remind themselves to be stoic. They will not have to consciously fight their emotions. Their subconscious will already be aligned with the principles of strength, making rationality effortless. Mastery is not about force. It is about conditioning. Those who take control of what their subconscious absorbs will wake up stronger, not because they struggled to be strong, but because strength became their nature. The way a person wakes up sets the tone for everything that follows. The first thought upon opening the eyes determines whether the mind begins with clarity or chaos, whether the day starts with discipline or distraction. Those who have trained their subconscious in Stoic principles during sleep do not wake up by chance. They wake up with purpose. The mind that has absorbed wisdom throughout the night does not stumble into the day uncertain. It steps forward with conviction. Most people wake up reacting. They let external circumstances dictate their mood before they have even left their bed. They check messages, scroll through distractions, and allow the world to pull them in 100 directions before they have even taken a deep breath. This is the habit of those who live passively, controlled by whatever stimulus demands their attention first. But a mind that is trained in Stoicism wakes up already prepared. It does not rush into the noise. It takes control from the first moment. The Stoics understood that the morning is not just a transition from sleep to wakefulness. It is the foundation upon which the rest of the day is built. The way a person starts the morning determines whether they remain composed or scattered, whether they meet challenges with resilience or hesitation. Marcus Aurelius began his day by reminding himself of the nature of the world, preparing his mind for whatever lay ahead. He did not wait for difficulty to arise before conditioning his thoughts. He trained himself before the battle began, ensuring that no external force could disrupt his inner stability. Waking up like a Stoic means starting the day with intention, not impulse. It means recognizing that the first thought of the morning is a choice. The mind can either be directed towards strength or left vulnerable to whatever emotions happen to arise. Those who train themselves to begin each day with clarity do not have to regain control later. They do not have to fight against distraction or wrestle with their emotions. They have already decided, before taking a single step, that their mind will remain steady. This does not happen by accident. The automatic thoughts that arise in the morning are shaped by what the mind was focused on the night before. If a person goes to sleep filled with anxiety, uncertainty, and distraction, they will wake up already burdened. Their first instinct will be to continue the same mental patterns that were present before they closed their eyes. But if the subconscious has been trained to absorb Stoic principles, the first thoughts upon waking will be aligned with reason. The way a person wakes up is a reflection of their deeper habits. If their mind immediately seeks out stimulation, it means they have conditioned themselves to depend on external input for stability. If their first thought is resistance, dreading the day, wishing for more sleep, clinging to comfort, It reveals that their subconscious has been trained to avoid rather than engage. But if they wake up with a quiet sense of readiness, if their mind naturally turns to gratitude, discipline, or clarity, it means they have trained themselves well. The transition from sleep to wakefulness is a critical moment. The mind is highly suggestible, open to reinforcement. The first few minutes upon waking set the mental framework for the hours that follow. If the first action is to indulge in distraction, it will be harder to reclaim focus later. If the first thought is frustration, that frustration will linger throughout the day. This is why it is essential to start with control rather than reclaiming it later. A person who wakes up like a Stoic does not allow their mood to be dictated by circumstance. They do not let the weather, the news, or external expectations determine their emotional state. They decide, before stepping out of bed, that their mind belongs to them, that no event will steal their peace, that no difficulty will shake their foundation. This is not forced positivity. It is discipline. It is the understanding that the mind must be commanded, not left to drift. One of the most powerful ways to reinforce this mindset is through deliberate morning reflection. Before engaging with the external world, the mind must be directed inward. It must be reminded of its principles, its priorities, its purpose. The Stoics practiced this through premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of obstacles. Rather than hoping for an easy day, they prepared for difficulty in advance. This is not pessimism, it is preparation. It ensures that when challenges arise, they do not feel like an attack. They are expected, anticipated, and met with steadiness. The mind that wakes up already prepared does not react impulsively. It does not spiral into complaints or resistance. It sees things clearly as they are, without adding unnecessary frustration. If there is hardship ahead, it meets it with strength. If there is success, it remains grounded. The Stoic mind does not allow circumstances to dictate its state. It remains the same in all conditions. The modern world encourages waking up in chaos. Notifications, obligations, digital distractions. All of these pull the mind outward before it has even had a chance to center itself. This is why most people wake up already behind, already reacting, already at the mercy of whatever demands their attention first. But the strongest individuals do not begin their day in panic. They begin with stillness. Waking up like a Stoic requires removing unnecessary noise from the first moments of the day. It requires resisting the urge to reach for distractions, to consume before creating, to react before reflecting. The first action should not be dictated by habit, but by intention. Whether through journaling, silence, breathing, or reviewing key principles, the first few minutes should belong to the mind itself, not to the world outside. A person who controls their mornings controls their life. They do not spend their days trying to recover focus because they never lost it to begin with. They do not let emotions pull them in different directions because they have already set their direction. They are not ruled by impulse because they have trained themselves in commanding their thoughts before anything else can influence them. Those who struggle to wake up with discipline must recognize that the issue is not the morning itself. It is the habits leading up to it. A person who fills their mind with distraction before bed will not wake up with clarity. A person who goes to sleep with unresolved thoughts will wake up already carrying their burden. But a person who conditions their mind for wisdom at night will wake up naturally inclined toward wisdom. The act of waking up is not just a transition from sleep to consciousness. It is a mental battlefield. Those who win the morning win the day. They step into each moment already grounded, already prepared, already certain of their own direction. They do not look outward for stability, they create it within themselves. Waking up with intention is a skill, one that must be cultivated over time. It requires recognizing that the first thought is a choice, the first action is a choice, the first response to the day is a choice. Most people let these moments pass without awareness, allowing habit to take over. But those who take control of their first moments take control of everything that follows. This practice is not about achieving perfection. It is about consistency. It is about ensuring that each morning is not dictated by chance, but by design. That each day begins not with chaos, but with deliberate clarity. The way a person wakes up reveals everything about their mental conditioning. It shows whether they have trained their mind to lead or to follow, to react or to direct, to be in control or to be controlled. Those who wake up like a Stoic do not stumble into their day. They step forward with strength, purpose, and complete ownership of their mind. The last thoughts before sleep shape the first thoughts upon waking. The mind is not an empty vessel when unconscious. It is still active, still processing, still reinforcing the information it was last exposed to. What enters the mind before sleep does not simply disappear. It lingers, influencing subconscious patterns, setting the foundation for the next day's emotions, decisions, and overall mental clarity. Those who understand this take deliberate control of what they allow into their minds in the final moments before rest. Those who neglect it wake up burdened by whatever distractions, anxieties, or meaningless inputs they absorbed the night before. The influence of pre-sleep consumption is often underestimated. People assume that whatever they watch, read, or think about before bed is forgotten by morning, but the subconscious is always listening. If the final moments before sleep are filled with wisdom, the mind integrates wisdom. If they are filled with fear, self-doubt, and emotional turbulence, those patterns solidify. The brain is highly impressionable in the moments leading up to sleep. It's in a state of transition, moving from wakefulness to deeper levels of subconscious processing. This is why what is absorbed in this time does not merely fade, but becomes reinforced in ways that are difficult to undo. Stoic growth is not about random moments of insight. It is about consistent conditioning, daily reinforcement of principles that strengthen resilience, discipline, and mental clarity. The content a person consumes before sleep either supports this conditioning or weakens it. Those who fill their minds with distractions, pointless entertainment, or emotionally charged content before bed do not just waste time, they actively program their subconscious to function chaotically. They reinforce mental habits that are reactive rather than rational. In contrast, those who deliberately expose themselves to Stoic teachings, philosophical reflection, or disciplined thoughts before sleep shape their subconscious to process life with greater composure. Everything absorbed before bed continues to influence thought patterns even in deep sleep. Studies on neuroplasticity show that the brain consolidates information during rest, strengthening the neural pathways that were most active before sleep began. This means that whatever is reviewed, contemplated, or consumed in the final moments of the day is prioritized for retention. If the last thoughts are structured, clear, and rooted in wisdom, the mind strengthens those pathways. If they are scattered, anxious, or emotionally charged, the mind reinforces those reactions instead. Many people unknowingly sabotage their mental clarity by consuming content that agitates the nervous system before sleep. Arguments, sensationalized news, social media distractions, and mindless scrolling do not simply disappear when the screen is turned off. They leave residue. They create tension. They activate emotional responses that do not fade just because sleep begins. The subconscious absorbs everything without discrimination. It does not evaluate whether something is useful or destructive. It simply processes what is given. This is why intentionality in pre-sleep consumption is not optional for those who seek to strengthen their Stoic mindset. A person's mental framework is not shaped in an instant. It is built over time, through repeated exposure to specific ideas. Those who surround themselves with wisdom become wise. Those who absorb disorder become disordered. The way the mind is trained determines its automatic responses, and this training does not stop when consciousness fades. It continues through the night, reinforcing whatever messages were most recently absorbed. This is why Stoic thinkers throughout history emphasized constant repetition of philosophy, not because they doubted its truth, but because they knew the mind forgets easily. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, repeatedly wrote about the same principles, not for others, but for himself. He understood that to truly integrate wisdom, it must be actively revisited, reaffirmed, and reinforced. The mistake many make is assuming that small, seemingly insignificant moments of pre-sleep entertainment do not matter. They believe that a few minutes of distraction, negativity, or indulgence will not affect their deeper mental conditioning. But the subconscious does not distinguish between important and unimportant input. It takes everything in. A single night of negative reinforcement may not seem impactful, but repeated over weeks, months, and years. It creates a mental framework that operates without conscious control. Those who are careless with their pre-sleep thoughts will find that their subconscious has been shaped in ways they never intended. The content absorbed before bed does not just influence the next morning, it shapes long-term character. People do not become reactive, impatient, or undisciplined overnight. These qualities develop from habitual reinforcement of certain thought patterns. If a person spends years consuming reactive content before sleep, they are training their subconscious to normalize emotional instability. If they spend years reinforcing disciplined, rational thinking, they create a mind that operates with strength even in difficult situations. This is why the Stoics emphasized mental discipline as a daily practice. They did not wait for challenges to arise before trying to develop resilience. They trained for difficulty in advance. They surrounded themselves with wisdom so that when hardship came, their minds did not collapse under pressure. The same principle applies to pre-sleep consumption. Those who take control of their final thoughts at night do not wake up searching for clarity. They wake up already clear. The environment a person creates for their mind determines its strength. This is true in waking life, and it is equally true in sleep. If the pre-sleep routine is filled with random, unstructured input, the subconscious remains in a state of disorder. If it is structured with intentional exposure to wisdom, the subconscious aligns itself with those values. The strongest individuals do not leave this to chance. They take control of their mental inputs just as they take control of their actions. One of the most powerful ways to reinforce Stoic growth before sleep is through direct engagement with disciplined thought. This can be through reviewing key philosophical principles, journaling, listening to structured reflections, or even repeating affirmations that align with Stoic reasoning. The goal is to set the mind in order before allowing it to rest. The subconscious will continue working regardless of what it is given, but a trained mind ensures that what it is given is beneficial. Some may believe that this level of mental discipline is excessive. They may think that a few moments of distraction before sleep cannot possibly undo their overall Stoic practice, but this assumption underestimates the power of a cumulative influence. Just as physical strength is not built in a single workout, but through repeated training, mental strength is not shaped by occasional discipline. It is shaped by what is reinforced most often. The greatest advantage of controlling pre-sleep content is that it removes the need for willpower in moments of crisis. Those who have trained their subconscious to absorb wisdom automatically will not have to remind themselves to think rationally under stress. Their mind will already function that way. They will not have to fight against their emotions because their emotional framework will already be aligned with resilience. Stoicism is not about forcing oneself to be strong in the moment. It is about creating a mind that is already strong before the moment arrives. This strength does not come from occasional effort. It comes from consistent reinforcement of principles that support mental stability. This reinforcement happens most effectively when the conscious mind is at rest and the subconscious is fully receptive. The choice of what to absorb before sleep is not a small decision. It is a direct investment in the quality of thought, the stability of emotions, and the ability to remain unshaken by external events. Those who take this practice seriously will notice that over time their mental responses change effortlessly. They will find that their first thoughts upon waking are clearer, that their instinctive reactions to stress are more measured, that their ability to detach from unnecessary suffering has strengthened. None of this happens by accident. The mind becomes what it is exposed to most frequently. Those who allow randomness to shape their subconscious will live with unpredictable, inconsistent mental patterns. Those who structure their input with intention will develop a mind that operates with clarity and discipline, not because they force it to, but because they have trained it to function that way. This is not about perfection. It is about deliberate conditioning. It is about ensuring that the final moments before sleep are not wasted, but are used as an opportunity to reinforce the principles that build an unshakable mind. Those who master this practice will not wake up at the mercy of their emotions. They will not start their days searching for strength. They will wake up already strong because they have ensured that their mind never stops training, even in sleep. The mind is always absorbing, always adapting, always reinforcing the patterns it is most frequently exposed to. If it is trained in discipline, it becomes disciplined. If it is fed with distraction, it becomes scattered. Strength is not something that appears in moments of need. It is something that is built long before it is required. Those who wait for difficulty to arise before developing resilience will find themselves unprepared. Those who build their mental foundation consistently will find that they do not need to summon strength. It is already there. A fortress does not crumble under pressure because it was designed to withstand attacks. A strong mind is no different. It must be reinforced with unshakable principles, trained to remain steady, and conditioned to resist external disturbances. This training does not only happen in waking hours, it continues through the night, during sleep, when the subconscious mind is most receptive to new programming. The way the brain is structured during these hours determines the emotional stability of the following day. Those who neglect this conditioning will wake up vulnerable to whatever influences cross their path. Those who treat the mind like a fortress will wake up with control over their reactions, emotions, and thoughts. Mental conditioning is not a passive process. It requires deliberate reinforcement of clarity, logic, and perspective. It means choosing what thoughts the mind dwells on, what emotions are allowed to persist, and what beliefs are embedded into the subconscious. The brain does not function randomly. It operates according to the patterns that have been repeatedly strengthened. This is why certain individuals remain calm under stress, while others panic. It is not an inherent trait. It is the result of consistent training. Those who have taught their minds to remain unaffected by external chaos will not need to remind themselves to be strong. They will already be strong. Stoicism is not about suppressing emotion, but about ensuring that emotion does not take control. It is about recognizing that most disturbances come not from external events, but from the interpretation of those events. A person who has trained their mind to see things clearly will not suffer unnecessarily. They will not allow their energy to be consumed by trivial matters. They will meet challenges without hesitation, not because they are forcing themselves to be strong, but because strength has become their natural state. This level of control is not achieved by chance. It is a result of repeated exposure to disciplined thinking, especially when the conscious mind is at rest and the subconscious is fully engaged. Before sleep, the mind is highly impressionable. Whatever it absorbs in this time shapes its automatic responses. If it is given disorder, it will wake up unsettled. If it is given rationality, it will wake up steady. The subconscious does not evaluate, it simply reinforces. If it is left untrained, it will default to whatever emotions and impulses arise naturally. If it is conditioned with structured thought, it will function with precision, focus, and calm. A fortress is not built overnight, but it is maintained through daily reinforcement. The mind must be guarded, not only against external negativity, but against internal weakness. Doubt, fear, frustration. These emotions only have power if they are given space to grow. The person who learns to train their thoughts before sleep ensures that these emotions do not take root. They create a mental environment that is impenetrable to unnecessary suffering. They do not allow their subconscious to be shaped by randomness. They dictate its direction with intention. Mental conditioning is a process of replacing reactive patterns with rational ones. Most people allow their minds to be influenced by every passing thought, every external circumstance, every fleeting emotion. They don't filter what enters their mental space. But the Stoic mind is selective. It does not entertain every thought that arises. It does not allow temporary emotions to shape its long-term outlook. It removes the unnecessary and reinforces only what is essential. This ability to separate what matters from what does not is what makes a fortress impenetrable. It is what makes a mind unshakable. The way the mind is trained before sleep determines the quality of the next day. A mind that is filled with frustration, regret, or distraction will carry those emotions forward. A mind that is reinforced with clarity, gratitude, and focus will wake up already aligned with strength. This is why the final moments before sleep should not be wasted on mindless consumption. They should be used as a period of fortification. The subconscious will continue processing, whether directed or not. The question is whether it will be processing chaos or wisdom. The greatest advantage of mental conditioning is that it eliminates the need for effort in moments of difficulty. Those who have trained themselves to remain calm do not need to remind themselves to be composed when adversity strikes. Their response is already automatic. Their foundation is already set. They do not react emotionally because emotional reactivity is no longer their default state. They do not waste energy on what they cannot control because their mind has already been conditioned to focus only on what is within their power. Those who do not train their minds before sleep are leaving their mental stability to chance. They are allowing their subconscious to be shaped by whatever random emotions happen to be present. But those who take control of this process ensure that their mind does not wake up weak. They ensure that their thoughts do not drift aimlessly. They ensure that no external event will have the power to shake them. The mind becomes what it is exposed to most often. If it is surrounded by wisdom, it will operate with wisdom. If it is constantly reacting to negativity, it will become negative. This is why mental conditioning is not an occasional practice. It must be a continuous process. A fortress that is not maintained will eventually weaken. A mind that is not reinforced will eventually break under pressure. Strength is not an abstract concept. It is a habit. It is something that is built, reinforced, and strengthened over time. Those who commit to training their minds every night will find that their emotional responses change naturally. They will find that their first thoughts upon waking are already structured. They will find that their subconscious no longer fights against them, but works in their favor. They will not have to struggle to remain disciplined. Their mind will already be conditioned to function with discipline. A person who takes control of their mental environment takes control of their life. They do not spend their days trying to regain focus because they never lost it. They do not allow external stresses to dictate their emotions because they have already determined how they will respond. They do not break under pressure because they have already prepared for it. The subconscious mind is always working. It is always reinforcing the patterns it is given. Those who understand this do not waste time hoping for resilience. They build it deliberately. They ensure that their mind is being shaped on their terms, not on the terms of the world around them. They wake up strong, not because they force themselves to be strong, but because they have eliminated every habit that weakens them. The practice of mental conditioning before sleep is not difficult. It does not require force. It only requires consistency. It requires removing unnecessary distractions, avoiding mindless consumption, and replacing random input with structured thought. The subconscious will do the rest. It will take what it is given and reinforce it. Those who give it chaos will wake up with chaos. Those who give it wisdom will wake up with wisdom. This is why the strongest minds do not leave their subconscious programming to chance. They take control of their thoughts, their emotions, and their focus long before the moment of challenge arrives. They build their fortress in advance. They ensure that no matter what the day brings, they will meet it with absolute clarity, discipline, and composure. Mastery of the mind is not about forcing change in the moment, but about structuring life in a way that makes growth inevitable. Strength is not built during moments of difficulty. It is built before difficulty arrives. Resilience is not something that can be switched on at will. It is something that must be conditioned, reinforced, and repeatedly cultivated. Those who wait until adversity strikes before developing mental toughness will always be unprepared. Those who integrate a structured system for strengthening their mind, especially before sleep, wake up every day with greater clarity, stability, and control. The subconscious does not rest. It continues working, processing and shaping automatic patterns long after consciousness fades. The final hours before sleep determine whether the mind is strengthening or weakening. The person who treats sleep as a random transition from wakefulness to unconsciousness wakes up scattered, unfocused, and vulnerable to external influences. The person who uses this time as a tool for deliberate mental conditioning wakes up already prepared, already in control, already fortified against the day ahead. A nighttime transformation is not about making small, occasional adjustments. It is about designing a structured system that ensures growth happens effortlessly. The most disciplined individuals do not rely on motivation to improve their mindset. They structure their environment in such a way that discipline is the only natural outcome. The way the mind is programmed in the final 4 hours before sleep determines how it will function upon waking. If these hours are spent in distraction, consumption, and reaction, the mind will wake up restless, untrained, and unprepared. If they are spent reinforcing clarity, detachment, and purpose, the mind will wake up stronger, more composed, and already aligned with discipline. Mental transformation happens through what is repeated most often. The subconscious reinforces the dominant thoughts, emotions, and habits that are introduced before sleep. Those who fail to take control of these final hours are unknowingly reinforcing whatever mental patterns have already taken hold, whether beneficial or destructive. Those who treat this time as an opportunity to recalibrate, reinforce wisdom, and strengthen their mental framework wake up each morning more disciplined than the last. The mind must be guided, not left to drift. It must be trained with intention, not shaped by chance. People often believe that their thoughts and emotions upon waking are random, but they are the direct result of what was absorbed, processed, and reinforced during the night. The final 4 hours before sleep provide the perfect window for programming the mind for resilience. Those who take advantage of this do not have to remind themselves to be strong during the day. They wake up already strong. A structured nighttime routine is not about control for the sake of control. It is about ensuring that mental discipline becomes automatic. Those who believe they can wake up and fix their mindset in the morning misunderstand how the mind works. By the time the day begins, mental patterns have already been set. Willpower is a weak substitute for preparation. A person who has conditioned their subconscious through deliberate nightly habits does not have to fight to regain focus, clarity, or discipline in the morning. They wake up with these qualities fully intact. The strongest individuals engineer their environment to reinforce their desired state of mind. They do not leave their mindset to chance, just as a skilled warrior does not leave their training to luck. They ensure that every aspect of their nighttime routine supports the person they want to become. This is the difference between those who drift through life and those who command it. The former react to whatever thoughts arise. The latter direct their thoughts before they even surface. The way the night is structured determines whether the subconscious is reinforcing mental clarity or mental chaos. Those who let their final hours be dictated by external distractions, meaningless consumption, or unresolved emotions wake up already behind. They start their day trying to regain control instead of beginning from a position of strength. But those who condition their mind with intentional inputs before sleep wake up already ahead. Their mental state is not something they have to fix in the morning. It is something they have already shaped the night before. A powerful nighttime transformation is built upon predictability and reinforcement. The brain thrives on structure. It does not respond well to inconsistency, randomness, or chaotic inputs. Those who engage in disciplined, structured practices every night ensure that their subconscious is processing only what strengthens them. They do not leave their mind unguarded in the final hours before sleep. They actively shape it, knowing that this is the easiest time to reinforce deep, long-term change. The power of a 4-hour nighttime transformation lies in its compounding effect. A single night of discipline will not radically change a person, but a structured nightly system practiced consistently will reshape mental habits in ways that are difficult to undo. The person who is engaged in deliberate mental conditioning every night for weeks, months, and years does not wake up fighting against their thoughts. They do not have to battle with emotions first thing in the morning. Their mental responses have already been trained. Their subconscious has already been aligned with Stoic principles. They wake up clear, unshaken, and prepared for whatever the day holds. The key to making this process effortless is automation. The mind should not have to exert effort to maintain discipline. It should be conditioned in such a way that discipline is the default. Those who struggle with maintaining clarity, resilience, or focus during the day have not trained their subconscious properly at night. They are trying to force control instead of embedding it deep within their mental framework. The goal of a structured nighttime routine is to make discipline instinctive. Strength is not built in the morning. It is reinforced the night before. Those who condition their mind properly do not need to recover from stress, overthinking, or emotional volatility when they wake up. Their subconscious has already cleared these unnecessary burdens overnight. They start their day without baggage, without resistance, without the weight of unprocessed thoughts pulling them in different directions. They move through their mornings with precision, direction, and complete ownership over their mindset. The greatest misconception people have about mental growth is that it happens in the moment of challenge, but by the time the challenge arrives, it is already too late to train. The mental framework is either strong enough to handle adversity or it is not. Those who have structured their night properly do not need to remind themselves to stay composed in moments of difficulty. They already function that way. A structured 4-hour nighttime transformation is about removing the need for conscious effort. Those who treat sleep as an opportunity for growth wake up mentally sharper, emotionally steadier, and more aligned with their principles. Those who neglect this opportunity find themselves reacting, adjusting, and struggling to gain clarity after the day has already begun. The ability to wake up stronger every day is not a mystery. It is the result of deliberate pre-sleep conditioning. Those who master this process will not find themselves repeating the same cycles of distraction, frustration, and lack of control. They will find that their default mental state has been completely rewritten. They will not have to search for discipline. They will wake up already disciplined. They will not have to fight against weakness. They will wake up already fortified. The difference between those who drift through life and those who command it is how they structure their mind in the final hours before sleep. The subconscious is always learning, always reinforcing, always reshaping itself according to what it is given. Those who take control of this process will wake up each day stronger, clearer, and unshakable, not because they forced it, but because they structured their life in a way that made it inevitable. The true nature of a person is not revealed in the moments they perform for others. It is not seen in public displays of discipline or in words spoken with confidence. It is found in the quiet moments, in the routines carried out when no one is watching, in the patterns of thought that surface before sleep. Character is not what a person claims to be. It is what they repeatedly do when external validation is absent. The way a person spends their final hours before bed is a mirror reflecting their true level of self-control, their priorities, and their deepest mental habits. It is easy to claim discipline during the day when responsibilities, obligations, and expectations keep the mind engaged. But when the day slows down and there are no immediate demands, the real test begins. The person who lacks internal structure drifts into distraction, indulgence, or meaningless activity. The person who has trained their mind to operate with clarity and focus does not suddenly abandon discipline when night falls. The Stoics understood that virtue is not selective. It does not apply only when it is convenient. It is an ongoing practice, reinforced in every moment, especially in the solitude of the night. The habits carried out before sleep determine more than just how a person feels in the morning. They reveal how much control they have over their own impulses. If the final hours of the day are spent mindlessly scrolling, indulging in negative emotions, or allowing thoughts to spiral into anxiety, it is not an accident. It is a reflection of how the mind has been conditioned. A person's nighttime habits show whether they are actively strengthening their character or passively allowing it to decay. The greatest challenge is that nighttime habits do not feel urgent. There is no immediate consequence for staying up too late, consuming useless information, or avoiding meaningful reflection. Unlike the pressures of the daytime, where deadlines and obligations force action, the night provides an illusion of freedom. But what a person does with this freedom reveals whether they are truly in control of themselves or merely avoiding discomfort. Those who have mastered themselves do not need external pressure to act with discipline. They maintain it even in moments where there is no consequence for breaking it. The reason nighttime habits expose true character is because they are often driven by instinct rather than intention. A person might maintain order during the day because their environment demands it, but at night, when external structure fades, their default tendencies emerge. If their default is to seek comfort, avoid effort, and escape through entertainment, it is clear that they have not yet built an internal framework strong enough to sustain discipline on its own. If their default is to reflect, to reinforce wisdom, to prepare their mind for the next day with clarity, then they have developed a foundation that does not require external reinforcement. A person can tell themselves they are patient, but if their final hours are filled with frustration and restlessness, their habits tell a different story. They can claim to be focused, but if they cannot sit in stillness without reaching for distractions, their actions reveal a lack of mastery. The mind that has been conditioned to operate with strength does not abandon that strength simply because the day is over. It does not fluctuate based on circumstance. It remains steady, regardless of whether there is an immediate reason to be disciplined or not. The way a person interacts with their own thoughts at night also reveals their relationship with themselves. Those who cannot sit in silence before bed often struggle with facing their own mind. They fill their final moments with noise not because it adds value, but because they are uncomfortable with stillness. They avoid reflection because it forces them to confront their own weaknesses. But those who have cultivated a mind that is aligned with reason do not fear solitude. They do not need distractions to escape from themselves. Their thoughts are not a source of suffering, but a tool for refinement. The strength of a person's character is directly tied to how well they manage themselves when there is no one to enforce discipline. It is easy to follow a structured routine when the world is awake, when obligations keep the mind focused. But when there is no longer a structure imposed by the outside world, the question becomes clear. Has discipline truly been internalized, or was it only present because external factors demanded it? A person who has mastered their mind will not allow their nighttime habits to contradict their values. They will not let exhaustion justify weakness. They will not allow boredom to erode their standards. The most dangerous assumption a person can make is that small nightly indulgences are harmless, that what happens in the quiet hours of the evening does not matter as much as what happens during the structured hours of the day. But every habit, no matter how small, is a vote for the kind of person a person is becoming. The way a person handles their final moments of the day determines how they will handle their future. The person who repeatedly trades discipline for comfort is not just making an isolated decision. They are programming their mind to seek escape rather than growth. And over time, this conditioning becomes difficult to undo. The Stoics were not concerned with what was easy or pleasurable. They were concerned with what was necessary for the development of character. If something weakened the mind, it was eliminated. If something reinforced resilience, it was practiced with intention. This is why they emphasized self-examination at night, not as an occasional practice, but as a daily discipline. They understood that nighttime habits do not just reflect character, they shape it. Each evening is an opportunity to either build strength or allow it to decay. A person who truly values self-improvement does not tolerate habits that weaken them, no matter how insignificant they may seem. They do not excuse poor choices simply because they are tired or because no one will notice. They recognize that their greatest accountability is to themselves. The final actions of the day are not separate from the rest of life. They are a continuation of everything a person believes, everything they prioritize, everything they are becoming. The difference between those who drift through life and those who master it is found in what they do when there is no one to impress, no obligation to meet, no immediate reward for discipline. Weakness is not built in a single moment of indulgence, just as strength is not built in a single moment of restraint. It is the accumulation of choices made over time. A person does not suddenly wake up weak, nor do they suddenly wake up strong. They wake up as a reflection of everything they have repeatedly done the night before. The question is never whether a person can be disciplined when it is required of them. The question is whether they are disciplined when it is not. True self-control is not measured by how well a person performs under supervision. It is measured by what they do in the silence of the night, when there is no external pressure, no immediate consequence, no one to answer to but themselves. The way a person spends their final moments before sleep is not a trivial detail. It is a clear indicator of their true level of self-mastery. The untrained mind seeks comfort. The disciplined mind seeks growth. The untrained mind drifts. The disciplined mind directs itself with intention. The untrained mind avoids reflection. The disciplined mind embraces it. This is why the most powerful transformation does not happen in daylight, in moments of external validation, or in the presence of others. It happens in the unseen hours, in the decisions made when no one is watching. It happens in the commitment to maintaining discipline, even when there is no immediate benefit. It happens in the understanding that character is not something that can be borrowed or performed. It is something that is built, strengthened, and proven every single night. The mind does not stop working when the body rests. It continues processing, reinforcing and strengthening whatever thoughts have been most dominant throughout the day. Those who let their mind wander into worry, regret, or meaningless distractions before sleep are unknowingly training themselves to carry that same scattered energy into the next day. But those who take control of their final thoughts at night are not just resting, they are rewiring. They are using the subconscious as a tool to build resilience, sharpen focus, and reinforce the mental strength needed to navigate life with discipline and clarity. Stoic visualization is not about passive daydreaming. It is an active process of conditioning the mind to respond to life with wisdom rather than impulse, with composure rather than reactivity, with courage rather than avoidance. The greatest advantage of this practice is that it does not require external tools or perfect conditions. It only requires deliberate attention to thought. The way the mind is directed before sleep determines how it will operate upon waking. Those who understand this do not leave their thoughts unchecked. They take responsibility for training their subconscious to reinforce the qualities that lead to a stronger, more resilient life. Mental rehearsal is a tool that has been used throughout history, not just in philosophy, but in warfare, athletics, and leadership. Those who have achieved extraordinary composure under pressure did not develop it in the moment. They trained for it long before they needed it. The mind cannot be expected to function with strength if it has not been repeatedly conditioned to do so. Just as an athlete does not enter a competition without practice, a person can't expect to remain steady in adversity if they have not first rehearsed how they will respond. The Stoics understood that resilience is not a theory, it is a practice. A person does not become calm by wishing for it. They do not develop unshakable discipline by hoping for it. These qualities must be embedded deeply through intentional thought. The power of visualization is that it does not wait for external challenges to occur before training the mind. It allows a person to pre-program their responses so that when difficulty arises, the reaction is already set. They do not have to remind themselves to stay composed because they have already conditioned themselves to operate that way. Before sleep, the mind is in a highly impressionable state. It is no longer preoccupied with external distractions, which means that whatever thoughts are most frequently rehearsed in this period become deeply ingrained. If the last moments of wakefulness are spent in negativity, the subconscious reinforces that mindset. If they are spent mentally rehearsing strength, discipline, and clear thinking, those qualities become the default operating system of the mind. This is why the final thoughts before sleep are not just reflections of the day, they are instructions for the future. A person who engages in Stoic visualization is not hoping for self-improvement. They are actively building it. They are mentally rehearsing the ability to remain calm in situations that would normally trigger frustration. They are visualizing themselves responding to setbacks with complete control instead of reacting emotionally. They are reinforcing the understanding that most suffering is self-created, that external events hold no power except for the meaning assigned to them. They are training their mind to filter what matters from what does not, what deserves energy from what should be ignored, what should be engaged with, and what should be let go of without resistance. This is not a passive process. It requires deliberate engagement with thought. The Stoics did not view philosophy as something to be studied occasionally. They viewed it as a tool to be practiced constantly. Every night was an opportunity to refine the mind, to sharpen perspective, to detach from what weakens and reinforce what strengthens. Those who approach visualization with the same level of seriousness and consistency will find that over time, their natural responses shift. What once caused distress no longer holds power. What once seemed like a challenge is now met with indifference. What once triggered frustration is now observed with a clear and rational mind. The subconscious mind absorbs patterns, not isolated thoughts. This means that a single night of visualization will not instantly transform a person's mindset, but repeated exposure to the same principles creates deep psychological restructuring. Those who engage in this process nightly will find that their automatic way of thinking begins to change. The discipline, composure, and detachment they rehearse before sleep become ingrained responses rather than forced efforts. The key to effective visualization is specificity. The mind does not respond well to vague concepts. Telling oneself to be stronger is not enough. The mind must be trained in precise situations. If a person tends to be impatient, They must rehearse exactly how they will react with patience the next time frustration arises. If they struggle with overthinking, they must practice mentally letting go before the thought pattern takes control. If they are too attached to external validation, they must visualize themselves remaining indifferent to praise or criticism. The more precise the mental rehearsal, the more automatic the response becomes in real situations. This is why the Stoics repeatedly revisited the same principles. They were not trying to learn something new each time. They were reinforcing what must never be forgotten. The mind does not change by understanding something once. It changes through repetition. Each night before sleep is an opportunity to engrave wisdom deeper, to remind oneself of what is truly important, to detach from the trivial and reinforce what is essential. Many people underestimate the power of mental conditioning because it does not produce immediate, visible results. But just as physical strength is built through repeated training, mental strength is developed through unseen effort. No one else will see the work done before sleep. No one will applaud the discipline of rehearsing resilience in solitude. But the results will become clear in moments of difficulty, when the mind no longer struggles to stay composed, because it already functions that way. This practice also eliminates the need for constant willpower during the day. Those who wake up with a mind that has already been trained in composure do not need to exhaust themselves trying to stay calm or think rationally. Their mental conditioning has already prepared them. Just as a trained fighter does not need to think about every movement in a match, a trained mind does not need to remind itself to stay disciplined. It simply operates with discipline naturally. The greatest advantage of Stoic visualization is that it allows a person to prepare for difficulty before it arrives. It removes the element of surprise. It eliminates the excuse of, "I didn't expect this." Those who have already rehearsed their response to hardship do not experience it as an interruption. They see it as a scenario they have already mastered in their mind. They do not need to force themselves to handle it well because they have already trained for it. This is why the Stoics believed in preparing the mind daily. Strength is not built in the moment of hardship. It is built before hardship appears. Those who practice mental conditioning every night are not left scrambling for resilience when challenges arise. They meet difficulty with a steady and unshaken mind, not because they were born with it, but because they trained themselves to be that way. The process of rewiring the mind through visualization is not difficult. It requires no external tools, no extra effort beyond deliberate thought. Yet it is one of the most powerful methods of ensuring that the mind does not weaken over time. A person who waits until stress arises to strengthen their mental framework is already too late. But a person who trains their responses in advance removes the need for struggle. They wake up clear, composed, and fully prepared, not because they force themselves to be, but because their subconscious has already made it effortless. Every night is an opportunity to either strengthen the mind or let it weaken. Those who take control of this process will find that over time they no longer struggle with emotional reactivity, impatience, or fear of the unknown. They have trained themselves beyond those limitations. They do not wake up hoping to be stronger. They wake up already strong, not by luck, not by accident, but by deliberate, disciplined mental conditioning. Emotions do not disappear on their own. They linger, they shape the mind, and they carry their weight into the next day if they are not properly handled. Many people assume that simply going to sleep will reset their emotional state. But this is not how the mind works. If anger, regret, or frustration are left unresolved, they become embedded in the subconscious, resurfacing in different forms: fatigue, irritability, stress, or a restless mind. The Stoics understood that emotions must be processed, examined, and let go of deliberately before sleep in order to maintain a strong and stable inner world. Negative emotions are not inherently harmful. They are signals, clues about the internal world, but they become destructive when they are left unchecked. The mind that holds on to resentment does not weaken the person it resents. It weakens itself. The mind that clings to regret does not change the past. It only corrupts the present. The mind that allows frustration to linger does not resolve problems. It only exhausts itself. Those who refuse to let go of emotional disturbances before sleep are unknowingly conditioning themselves to wake up with the same burdens. Strength does not come from suppressing emotion. It comes from understanding it, confronting it, and dissolving its hold. The person who masters this process does not wake up weighed down by unfinished thoughts. They wake up with clarity, focus, and energy because they have already removed the emotional clutter that would have drained them. The Stoics did not advocate for ignoring emotions. They encouraged examining them with logic, stripping them of their power, and ensuring that they do not dictate one's actions. A simple yet powerful way to achieve this is through mental examination. Before sleep, the mind must be directed to look at what it is holding on to. Is there anger toward someone? Is there regret over a past action? Is there frustration about something that did not go as planned? These thoughts, left unchecked, become part of the subconscious operating system. But if they are examined, they lose their grip. The goal is not to justify or explain them away, but to see them as they are, without distortion. Anger is often the result of misplaced expectations. A person expects others to behave a certain way, expects life to be fair, expects circumstances to align with their desires. When reality does not match those expectations, frustration arises. But the Stoic response is to question the validity of these expectations. Why should another person act exactly as you wish? Why should life unfold in a way that guarantees personal satisfaction? Why assume that external forces are obligated to align with personal preferences? The more one examines the source of anger, the more unreasonable it appears. If anger is not useful, if it does not solve anything, then why carry it into the next day? Regret operates in a similar way. It traps the mind in what could have been, what should have happened, what might have gone differently. But no amount of dwelling on the past can change it. The only rational approach is to extract the lesson and discard the rest. If a mistake was made, was there something to learn from it? If so, then that is all that is needed. Regret serves no function beyond that. If there was nothing to learn, then the event was insignificant from the beginning and does not deserve attention. Carrying regret into sleep is a voluntary choice to relive pain that no longer exists. Frustration is often born from a lack of acceptance. Something did not go as planned. Expectations were not met. Effort did not yield the desired result. But who promised that it would? Life is indifferent to preference. The more a person resists this fact, the more suffering they create for themselves. The Stoic way is to align with reality, not to fight it. If an effort failed, then it was not meant to succeed at that time. If something did not unfold as hoped, then there is an opportunity to adjust and move forward. Fighting against what is already set in motion is wasted energy. A powerful exercise for dissolving negative emotions before sleep is detachment through perspective. The mind must be guided to step back, to view itself as an outsider. This requires asking, if another person were experiencing this same emotion, What advice would I give them? If this situation were happening to someone else, would it seem as overwhelming as it does now? Does this really matter in the grand scale of life? When an emotion is seen from a distance, its intensity diminishes. It no longer feels all-consuming. It becomes just another thought, not a defining experience. The mind must also be trained to see the impermanence of emotions. Every emotion, no matter how intense, eventually fades. What feels unbearable today will barely be remembered in a month. What seems like an urgent frustration will be irrelevant in the future. The Stoic approach is to recognize this in the present moment, rather than waiting for time to reveal it. If an emotion will not matter in a year, then why let it dictate the present? The sooner this realization is applied, the faster emotions lose their power. Letting go of negative emotions before sleep is not about denying reality. It is about ensuring that reality is seen without distortion. It is about acknowledging emotions without allowing them to govern thought and behavior. A person who masters this does not wake up carrying emotional residue from the previous day. They start fresh. They move forward without dragging unnecessary weight. Another method of overcoming emotional disturbances before sleep is identifying the root cause. Often, the emotion being felt is not the real issue. Anger toward a person may stem from personal insecurity. Frustration about an outcome may be disguised, fear of failure. Regret about the past may be a refusal to accept imperfection. The Stoic approach is to go deeper, to question, what am I really feeling? What belief is fueling this emotion? When the true source is uncovered, it can be dealt with rationally rather than through emotional reaction. Sleep is meant for recovery, not for carrying unresolved burdens. The subconscious does not make decisions. It processes whatever is left unfinished. Those who go to sleep with anger, regret, or frustration wake up with the same emotional patterns reinforced. Those who dissolve these emotions before sleep wake up mentally lighter, clearer, and more in control. The greatest advantage of this practice is that it creates a habit of detachment. Those who consistently train themselves to let go of unnecessary emotion before sleep develop the ability to do so during the day as well. They no longer waste energy clinging to things that do not serve them. They do not let temporary emotions dictate their long-term mindset. They develop emotional immunity, a state where external events no longer dictate internal peace. Emotional disturbances are not eliminated by force. They are dissolved through understanding. The person who does this work before sleep will wake up without the need to battle their own thoughts. They will not have to correct emotional instability in the morning because they have already removed the source of instability the night before. This is not a temporary fix. It is a long-term shift in how the mind processes everything it encounters. There is a reason why the Stoics placed such emphasis on daily self-examination. It was not an intellectual exercise. It was a necessary practice for maintaining a mind that is free from unnecessary suffering. Those who skip this practice do not escape their emotions. They only postpone their confrontation with them. But those who face their emotions each night, strip them of their illusion of power, and discard them before sleep wake up stronger, lighter, and in complete control. The power of this practice is not in what is added, but in what is removed. It is not about creating strength. It is about eliminating what weakens the mind. The person who masters this method will not only improve their sleep, they will reprogram their entire emotional state. They will move through life with a steady and unshakable mind, untouched by unnecessary suffering, not because they were born this way, but because they trained themselves to be this way. A mind that is not at peace cannot rest. A body that is not cared for cannot endure. Strength is not only about mental clarity and resilience, it is also about understanding that the foundation of a strong life begins with how well one sleeps. Many assume that sleep is just a biological necessity, something the body does automatically, but quality sleep is a discipline, one that determines how effectively the mind and body will function the next day. Those who neglect this aspect of their well-being are unknowingly weakening their ability to remain calm, rational, and in control. The Stoics understood that every aspect of life must be approached with intention, and sleep is no exception. Modern life has conditioned people to treat sleep as an afterthought, something to squeeze in between obligations, entertainment, and distractions. But rest is not optional for those who seek to master themselves. A restless night leads to a restless mind. A mind that does not enter a deep state of renewal will wake up fragmented, reactive, and lacking clarity. There is no great achievement that can compensate for a mind that is exhausted. No amount of effort, discipline, or strategy can override a lack of proper recovery. The body and mind are not separate entities. They are interdependent. Weakness in one leads to weakness in the other. The quality of sleep is more important than the quantity. Many people assume that simply spending enough time in bed is enough, but sleep that is shallow, fragmented, or disrupted by stress does not provide true restoration. It's not enough to lie down and close one's eyes. The nervous system must enter a state of complete calm. A mind that is still carrying the weight of the day, that's overstimulated by noise and distraction, that's conditioned to remain on high alert, will not allow deep rest to occur. The Stoic approach to sleep is not about passivity. It's about preparing the body and mind to release tension completely so that it can return stronger. Discipline does not end when the day ends. It extends into how one prepares for sleep. A chaotic pre-sleep routine is a clear indicator of a chaotic mind. Just as a Stoic does not allow their emotions to dictate their actions, they do not allow external distractions to dictate their rest. They remove all unnecessary stimulation before sleep. They understand that the final moments before rest determine how easily the mind will transition into stillness. Those who engage with excessive noise, bright screens, or mental clutter before bed are actively working against themselves. They are introducing tension where there should be relaxation. They are keeping the nervous system engaged when it should be slowing down. The body is not separate from the mind. Physical habits shape mental habits. Those who train their body to settle into deep rest without resistance train their mind to operate with clarity during the day. Those who treat sleep as an inconvenience, something to be delayed or shortened, will struggle with focus, patience, and emotional stability. They will find themselves needing to exert extra effort just to maintain the composure that would have come naturally had they simply respected the importance of rest. One of the most overlooked aspects of sleep hygiene is the state of the sleeping environment. A person who allows their surroundings to be cluttered, chaotic, or filled with unnecessary stimulation is unknowingly reinforcing a scattered mind. A room should be arranged with the same discipline as one's thoughts, minimal, intentional, free of distractions. The physical space one sleeps in should signal to the body that it is time to let go, not remain engaged. Many people treat their sleeping area as just another part of their living space, filled with screens, clutter, and unnecessary stimulation. But this is a mistake of undisciplined living. The body responds to its environment. If the space is chaotic, the mind will be as well. Just as Stoics practiced moderation and balance in all aspects of life, They understood that excess leads to weakness. Many people struggle with sleep because their bodies and minds are overstimulated throughout the day. They rely on caffeine, artificial lighting, and constant stimulation to override their natural rhythms, then expect their minds to shut down on command. This is not how the body works. If the nervous system is kept in a state of artificial alertness, sleep will be difficult. If the mind is constantly bombarded with information, it will not settle easily. If there is no separation between the day's activity and the transition into sleep, the body will struggle to enter a state of deep restoration. Sleep hygiene is not just about what happens before bed. It is about the choices made throughout the entire day. Those who consume excessive stimulation, who do not allow themselves periods of mental stillness, who do not move their bodies in a way that expends energy, will find themselves lying awake at night, unable to settle. The body cannot rest if it has not been treated with discipline throughout the day. Sleep is not just about lying down. It is about allowing the nervous system to shift into a lower state of activity. Those who treat their bodies with care during the day, who engage in physical movement, who limit excessive artificial stimulation, who take moments of stillness, find that their sleep happens effortlessly. Many people who struggle with sleep blame stress, anxiety, or external circumstances, but in most cases, poor sleep is a result of poor discipline. It is a consequence of living in a way that disregards the body's natural rhythms. The Stoic approach is not to complain about sleep difficulties. It is to remove the causes of unrest. A mind that is constantly seeking entertainment will not find it easy to settle into deep rest. A body that has been neglected will not fall into relaxation without resistance. A person who has spent the entire day chasing stimulation cannot expect sleep to come easily. The cause is clear. The solution is simple. Those who value control over their own mind must first ensure that they are giving it the necessary recovery and clarity. A tired mind is weak. A restless body is unfocused. The ability to maintain composure, rational thinking, and discipline does not come from force. It comes from a state of balance. If sleep is neglected, the next day is already compromised. If the nervous system is not given the opportunity to reset, it will not function at its best. If the body is treated as an afterthought, the mind will suffer as well. One of the key principles of Stoic sleep hygiene is learning to let go. Those who struggle to fall asleep are often still holding on to the day, replaying events, engaging in unnecessary thought cycles, resisting rest because they have not trained themselves to detach. The ability to sleep well is a direct reflection of the ability to release what no longer serves a purpose. Those who have mastered detachment do not bring unresolved emotions into the night. They do not carry the weight of the day into their sleep. They understand that holding on to what cannot be changed is the cause of suffering. Letting go before sleep is an exercise in mental discipline. Those who practice this skill nightly develop the ability to let go more easily in other areas of life. They do not react impulsively to challenges. They do not cling to unnecessary worries. They do not allow external events to dictate their internal state. By training themselves to release thoughts, emotions, and tension before bed, they develop the ability to do the same throughout the day. Sleep is not just rest. It is a form of mental training. A person who respects sleep is reinforcing the principle of balance and discipline in all areas of life. They do not see sleep as an indulgence. They see it as a necessity for strength. They recognize that a clear mind requires deep restoration. They know that a well-rested body is a stronger vessel for discipline, focus, and composure. A person who is careless with their sleep is careless with their mind. Those who understand the true value of mental clarity do not neglect the foundation that supports it. They ensure that their sleep is intentional, structured, and aligned with their highest values. They do not allow small indulgences to interfere with the long-term goal of self-mastery. They recognize that how they sleep determines how they think, how they feel, and how they respond to life. The discipline of quality sleep is not about following rigid rules. It is about recognizing that strength, resilience, and rationality are only possible when the mind and body are given the care they need. Those who treat this aspect of life with the same dedication as they do their other habits will find that they wake up sharper, stronger, and fully prepared for the challenges of the day ahead. They will not fight against fatigue, stress, or emotional instability because they have already removed these obstacles at their source. They do not merely sleep, they train their mind and body to rest with purpose, and in doing so, they wake up unshakable. Expectations are a silent thief of peace. The mind clings to ideas of how things should be, how people ought to behave, how tomorrow must unfold according to personal desires. This attachment does not provide control, it only creates tension. And tension does not disappear when the body lays down to rest. It lingers. It keeps the mind racing, constantly adjusting, planning, and worrying about what has not yet happened. Those who fall asleep burdened by expectations wake up exhausted, already carrying the weight of a future that does not exist. Letting go of expectations is not about passivity or carelessness. It is about releasing attachment to imagined outcomes. It is about recognizing that peace is only available in the present moment, and the more a person fixates on what should happen next, the less peace they experience now. The mind that is trained to surrender its grip on the uncontrollable is the mind that finds deep, uninterrupted rest. The person who allows their thoughts to flow without force, without insistence on a particular future, is the person who wakes up clear, refreshed, and ready to respond to life with flexibility and strength. The problem with expectations is that they are built on illusion. They assume that the world will conform to personal desires, that others will behave according to specific standards, that plans will unfold smoothly without interference. This is never guaranteed. Reality does not bend to expectations. It follows its own course, indifferent to preference. And when expectations are not met, frustration, disappointment, and restlessness arise. Not because the world has changed, but because the mind insisted that things be a certain way. Before sleep, these expectations must be recognized for what they are: mental constructs that serve no purpose other than to disturb inner peace. The Stoics understood that suffering is not caused by external events, but by the mind's resistance to them. The person who expects nothing is never disturbed. The person who insists that the world meet their conditions is constantly at war with reality. If sleep is to be deep, if the mind is to settle completely, this war must end before the body rests. The idea of no expectations does not mean surrendering personal effort. It does not mean withdrawing from life or refusing to set goals. It means acting with full presence, fully engaged, while remaining unattached to the outcome. It means doing what must be done without demanding a specific result. This approach eliminates worry. It dissolves unnecessary mental strain. It removes the tendency to overthink, to project endlessly into the future, to trap oneself in the anxiety of what if. Many struggle with sleep because their minds are filled with predictions. They replay scenarios, they build possibilities, they construct entire futures based on nothing but speculation. And these speculations rarely bring peace. They create stress because they generate an illusion of control, a belief that if enough thought is dedicated to the future, it can be controlled. But control over the future is never real. It is always limited, always subject to external factors, always beyond full command. The sooner this is accepted, the lighter the mind becomes. The person who recognizes this does not lie awake running mental simulations. They sleep easily because they have already let go of what they cannot hold. One of the simplest but most powerful mental exercises before sleep is releasing attachment to tomorrow. Before closing one's eyes, a single phrase can dismantle anxiety. I have done all I can for today. The rest is not in my hands. This is not avoidance. It is discipline. It is a choice to recognize the limits of control and to respect them. It is a refusal to carry the unnecessary into rest. The person who accepts that the world will move as it moves, regardless of their concern, frees themselves from worry that serves no purpose. This detachment from expectations does not remove responsibility. It enhances it. When a person stops expecting reality to align with personal desires, they stop wasting energy fighting what is. They stop resisting the present. They stop demanding that life unfold in a way that pleases them. This allows them to act with true clarity, because their actions are no longer clouded by emotional attachment. They make better decisions because their minds are not weighed down by fear of future disappointment. They approach each day without the burden of needing it to be perfect, and paradoxically, this is what makes their actions most effective. Expectation is an invisible burden. It is the source of countless frustrations, irritations, and restlessness. Many do not realize how much energy is lost in anticipating rather than experiencing. The mind that is always expecting is never present. It is always ahead of itself, never fully where it is. And when the day ends, this habit does not stop. It continues in bed, preventing the body from fully releasing tension, keeping the nervous system alert, refusing to allow full rest. The moment expectations are removed, relaxation becomes effortless. Letting go does not mean giving up. It means removing the false belief that life must move in a certain way to be acceptable. It means accepting that external circumstances are unpredictable, and no amount of insistence will change that. It means taking action while remaining mentally untangled from the result. This shift in thinking eliminates frustration before it even begins. It prevents stress from taking root. It dissolves irritation before it has a chance to build. This approach to life is not just a method for better sleep. It is a method for emotional stability in all areas. A person who stops expecting the world to behave in a way that pleases them is a person who becomes unshakable. They do not fall into despair when plans change. They do not experience intense disappointment when people act differently than expected. They do not waste time dwelling on what should have happened. Their energy is preserved. Their mind is free from unnecessary tension. They move through life without being thrown off balance by the uncontrollable. The ability to drop expectations before sleep rewires the entire approach to daily life. It teaches the mind that clinging is unnecessary, that insisting is wasted effort, that true strength comes from moving with life, not against it. A person who does this nightly finds that they wake up lighter. They no longer start the day with invisible weight. They no longer operate under self-imposed pressure. They move through their day with calm, efficiency, and a deep sense of control, not over events, but over themselves. Every night is an opportunity to let go of the unnecessary. Every night is a chance to remove what has been carried for too long. The person who takes this practice seriously will find that over time, their natural tendency shifts. They no longer hold on to things that do not serve them. They no longer suffer over things that do not matter. They no longer create stress where it does not need to exist. Their life becomes lighter, not because circumstances have changed, but because they have changed how they engage with them. There is no need to wait for sleep to remove stress. There is no need to carry worries from one day into the next. Everything that is not essential can be dropped, released, discarded before rest. This is not weakness. It is the highest form of strength. It is the ability to walk through life without being controlled by it. The more one lets go, the less one is disturbed. The less one clings, the more freedom is available. The person who makes this a habit does not just sleep better, they live better. A mind free from expectations is a mind that rests deeply. A mind that rests deeply is a mind that wakes up strong, and a mind that wakes up strong is a mind that meets the world with complete control over itself. Not because life has become easier, not because others have changed, but because expectation has been replaced with clarity. This is the power of letting go. This is the freedom of no expectations. Finally, strength is not built through constant strain. A mind that never slows down, that never allows itself full restoration, is not strong. It is fragile, stretched thin, and weakened by exhaustion. Those who believe that endurance is found in endless activity do not understand the true nature of resilience. The strongest individuals are not those who push themselves without pause, but those who know how to recover with purpose. A mind that is never given deep rest becomes clouded, reactive, and unable to function at its highest capacity. The final lesson of Stoic sleep training is not just about closing one's eyes. It is about allowing the mind to reset, renew, and return sharper than before. There is a reason the Stoics valued cycles of effort and recovery. They knew that strength was not about endless action, but about mastering the balance between engagement and retreat. Just as a warrior does not remain in battle without respite, the mind cannot be in a state of constant exertion and expect to remain effective. The ability to withdraw, to fully detach from the demands of the day, and to allow the mind to enter true stillness is a skill that determines whether a person operates at their highest potential or whether they remain trapped in a cycle of diminishing returns. Many believe that pushing harder is the solution to every challenge. They treat rest as a secondary concern, something to be minimized in order to maximize productivity. But this is an illusion. The overworked mind becomes sluggish. Decision-making suffers. Emotional control weakens. Irritability increases. Focus is lost. What seems like effort is often just a poor use of energy, a failure to understand that recovery is not the opposite of discipline. It is a requirement for it. Deep rest is not just sleep. It is a conscious practice of allowing the mind to retreat from tension. It is an act of stepping back, of recognizing that the greatest clarity does not come from force, but from the ability to reset completely. A mind that is constantly engaged is like a blade that is never sharpened. It dulls over time, loses precision, and eventually becomes ineffective. Those who do not understand this principle suffer in ways they do not even realize. They wake up tired despite having spent hours in bed. They struggle to focus despite endless effort. They feel restless despite inactivity. The issue is not time. The issue is quality. The depth of rest matters more than the duration. The Stoic approach to sleep is not just about avoiding fatigue. It is about mental fortification, about ensuring that each night serves as a resetting mechanism that allows for full clarity upon waking. The person who masters this does not wake up dragging the burdens of the previous day into the next. They do not start each morning already carrying exhaustion. They wake up prepared, focused, and with a mind that is fully present. This ability to rest deeply is a discipline, not an accident. Many assume that sleep is automatic, that simply lying down will produce restoration. But those who struggle with constant mental fatigue, who feel burdened even after long hours of rest, are proof that sleep without intention does not lead to true recovery. The nervous system must be trained, conditioned to enter a state of complete stillness. This is why the Stoics emphasized mental quietude before sleep. A mind that goes to bed in turmoil will wake up in turmoil. A mind that is trained to detach, to enter sleep without resistance, to release all that is unnecessary, will wake up calm, clear, and fully in control. Strength is not about how much a person can endure. It is about how effectively they manage their energy. A person who never rests properly is wasting potential, burning fuel inefficiently, and operating at a fraction of their true capability. Those who do not prioritize deep rest believe they are pushing forward, but in reality, they are limiting their own progress. They mistake exhaustion for effort. They mistake struggle for discipline. They do not understand that a well-rested mind achieves in half the time what an overworked mind struggles with for hours. Mindful awakening is just as important as mindful rest. A person who does not wake up with clarity will lose time regaining control of their thoughts. Those who immediately reach for distractions, who start the day without awareness, who carry the residue of an unrested mind into their morning, set themselves up for a day filled with reaction rather than intention. The first moments of waking determine the trajectory of the day. A mind that has been given full rest does not wake up needing to be reset by external stimulation. It wakes up already steady, already sharp, already prepared for what is ahead. This cycle of deliberate rest and deliberate awakening is the foundation of unshakable inner strength. It creates a mental state that is no longer fragile, no longer thrown off by small disturbances, no longer easily overwhelmed by external pressures. A person who has mastered this cycle does not depend on motivation, on ideal circumstances, or on external validation to function at their best. They are self-sustaining. Their energy is managed efficiently, precisely, and without waste. They do not overextend themselves because they understand that overextension leads to weakness, not strength. The final lesson in Stoic sleep training is to see rest as an essential part of mastery. Just as the mind must be trained in discipline, emotional control, and resilience, it must also be trained in how to recover properly. A person who respects this will never fall into the trap of burnout. They will never wake up feeling behind, scattered, or at the mercy of their thoughts. They will start each day fully in control, fully aware, and fully capable. Many look for complex solutions to their struggles, new techniques, strategies, and external fixes, when the simplest and most powerful solution has always been deep, intentional rest. The body and mind are self-renewing systems, but only if they are allowed to operate as they were designed. If they are constantly forced into overuse, overstimulation, and overexertion, they deteriorate, weaken, and eventually break down. Those who have mastered the discipline of true rest do not experience this deterioration. They do not find themselves overwhelmed by fatigue, mentally scattered, or emotionally unstable. They move through life with consistency, not because they are forcing themselves to be strong, but because their strength is sustained through balance. They do not need to struggle to maintain discipline. It is naturally present because their energy is managed wisely. This is not about sleeping longer. It is about sleeping better. It is about ensuring that every night serves as a resetting process so that every day can be met without unnecessary resistance. The Stoics did not waste effort in ways that did not serve them, and sleep was no exception. They treated rest as a tool for resilience, not as an indulgence, not as an escape, but as a necessity for optimal performance. The person who understands this does not fall into the modern cycle of endless exhaustion, unnecessary struggle, and false strength. They know that energy must be protected, that a mind in a constant state of fatigue cannot operate with clarity, that emotional stability is not about force, it is about maintaining internal balance. They see sleep not as a passive act, but as an intentional practice that fuels every other aspect of their discipline. The mind must rest to gain strength. The person who ignores this fact weakens themselves unknowingly. The person who respects this fact sharpens their mind and fortifies their willpower effortlessly. Deep rest is not a break from effort, it is a requirement for sustainable effort, and those who master it wake up unshakable day after day without fail.